Hello. Ba. 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 All right, there we go. Meow meow meow. Ba 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 ba. Okay, la ba ba. Lawyer. How many achievements does this game have? 30, huh? Some of them are real oddly specific. All right. Controller. Game captcha. Game captcha. There we go. Yeah, it's already on the lowest setting it can be. I feel like maybe it's still a bit too loud, so I'm going to turn it down a bit more. Hey, Lifey. All right. Bop. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. Back into the swing of things. March 22nd, 9:14 p.m. Gatewater Hotel, Corita's hotel room. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. Like, didn't he just talk to us? I don't remember exactly where we left off because it was late, and I may or may not have been drinking, and I may or may not be drinking right now. Cheers. But you know, I mean, I pretty much already figured it out. I'm pretty sure. Our client, huh? If this child can be, yeah, in approximately 10 years. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her. So don't you worry. And if we can win a non-guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. Aww, sad Pearl. Sad child. So the real person who killed Mr. Kurita was that assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who was his client? Gee, I wonder who it could be. You mean, who asked for the murder? The person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood, but whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Gee, I wonder who it could be. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? That doesn't make sense. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? I mean, I didn't go on a trip yet. I went to a wedding and got drunk and passed out as soon as I got... Well, not as soon as I got home, but I was much too tired and drunk to stream. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. Because I got home at like midnight and I was mildly intoxicated. The trip isn't... The trip starts Friday, and then I won't be back till August. Then, no, it can't be. Matt Engard himself. Yeah. If Mr. Engard really did hire the assassin, then he's not innocent at all. August? Yeah, August 10th. Like I said, I'm gonna be gone for a month. Huh? From July 18th to August 10th. It's a bit less than a month, but it's basically a month. Like, technically, it's like, what, 3 weeks? Well, what can I do? I have 3 weddings there. I'll see if I can organize some events on the Discord, but I definitely won't be able to stream. I was thinking of seeing... I want to see SMT1. I'm going to do Strange Journey first. I already decided when I get back, I'll do Strange Journey. Then after that, I'll probably do the 3rd Phoenix Wright game because I definitely won't be able to get it done by Thursday. I don't even know if I'll be able to stream Thursday. I might be too busy packing and getting ready. But yeah, I'll probably play Strange Journey. SMT1 is the hardest game. Fun. I'll play Strange Journey, then I'll finish up this trilogy, and then I'll probably play 1. Depending on how I feel after Strange Journey. If I don't feel too good, then I'll play the Apollo Justice games, and then SMT1. That's probably the game plan. And fun. Let's do Strange Journey first, then. But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first talked to him... I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Carita? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Carita, alright? No Cyclops. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial. She said something interesting. So what was this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Gem and Ninja this year. Like, imagine having to grind to level 30 for early game. Oh, thank God I'll have speed up at least. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. If only we had Maya with us, she probably could call a spirit and we could just ask him what it was. Mr. Engard's secret? What is the secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Carita was going to reveal this secret, but then that means Mr. Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Carita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engard. There's no way around it now. But our visiting hour's up. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things we need to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Carita held about Mr. Engard, and Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are 2 things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Why? Why are you here? It's not like you work here or something. Okay, wait. What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed a strange device for who knows what reason. And now I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgypoo, so... Edgeworth? And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Thanks, Edgeworth. Alright. This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the prisons. Very interesting. I didn't already know something to do with me. Hello, I'm not the one who committed perjury in court. I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews. But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Carita. I'll let you in on another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puppy-head photographer girl, that nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself too, goddammit. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. God damn, Phoenix! I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good. You're right, you're a bitch. I didn't say anything. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, there was something of a refreshing pair of those two. Oh? I'll tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yeah, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do ya? The girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? When the... Hold on. Who was she gonna marry? Why would Miss Impact want to kill herself? She was gonna get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. Oh. What? But they were gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night, after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. And how odd. I wonder what happened between those two. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with the camera asking around at all the electronic stores, and that's not really going to do him any good. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. That's nice. Like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe's doing for us, even if it's not going to lead to shit. Mr. Nick? Yeah? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. How the fuck have you not bought lettuce before, Phoenix? What do you eat? Like, I get you don't cook for yourself, but fucking lettuce? Come on! You can do so much shit with lettuce. Aw, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. It's 9 p.m. I'm sure some places are open. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk with Mr. Engard tonight. But isn't what we have to ask very important? Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard. Well, that's unfortunate. Time for you to go to fucking school. Jesus, is Phoenix an irresponsible adult? Yeah, he is. Actually, that is a question. How much? I mean, I'm guessing Pearls is homeschooled, but like, how much does she actually know? Like, can she do basic math? It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. Wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Engard's lawyer, right? Also, why are children in this game going to jail faster than school? True. That is very true, unfortunately. This game is fucking insane. Yes, sir? Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Engard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? And a decisive witness? Who? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnapper's demands and now this. Can't see any way to win here. Oh, yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you a special permission. So there you go. What? I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. We needed that. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. That is a weird way to say it. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Sure, they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Let's talk to Adrian Andrews first. Let's talk to her. Want to know why what's her beef with Matt? Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. Does it? Are we sure? About Miss Celeste Pax. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. However... Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. What? You wanted to burn it? Why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? Wonder what it said. So why did you try to frame Mr. Engard? Hello, today I'll be making my famous carrot cake. The recipe calls for egg, milk, sugar, flour, and lots of carrots. That's nice. That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? Yeah, but it's not the duty of every good citizen to, you know, tamper with evidence. But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Says Phoenix, who every person he's defended has been basically either framed or just, whether intentionally or unintentionally, for a crime. Now, where does my milk come from? Fresh from the... That's nice, Ivy. Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews? Why are you being such a bitch? Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? Yeah, she said revenge. How many locks? Okay, just one, that's nice. Psych lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You are not my lawyer. To be honest, you are more like my enemy. I'm not even gonna bother reading that. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Alright, here we go. What's an attack I haven't used yet? Magma Axis! Wait, I think I already did that one. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. Okay, if you thought he was the killer, why try to frame him? No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you were saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. No. And the eggs will... That's nice. Is it Celeste? Yeah, it is. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? No, I cannot. I need to figure out their relation. Mr. Wright, please, you have to help. Oh, who is this? Wait, Mr. Wright. Who calls me Mr. Wright? Uh-oh. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, not a stone stream without a random reference to stone. That's always you, though. Like, you got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm gonna testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? What the fuck did you even see? I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general look suspicious. Damn, unfortunate, Powers. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you would look suspicious. Why are you still in the suit? I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? Okay, so what the hell happened with Powers? So, about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. What? But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. Austin Powers after making the worst humor movie. True. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? Pearls. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick! Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. That is a surprisingly, unfortunately true statement. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? No, mostly it's like you have like 2 friends and a shitload of frenemies. Okay, so this is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Because he's got that refreshing, like a spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game, to justify himself. Wow, he really is just a prick. What? How horrible. That's unforgivable. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? What's the gossip, my man? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. Yeah, that was kind of already clear. I mean, celebrities in their world have their dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. Hey, you're not brutish. You're all the other things, but you're not brutish. Give yourself some more credit here, man. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about all the other stars around me as things happen. That is fun. Well, that's true. Oh. Hey, so, did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impax? We heard something about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead, ask me. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity, goddamn. Hey, so, have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. Yeah, we heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, no, there was. There was ink on her finger. It was very likely that she did write a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Obviously! Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita. Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. She's not talking about Juan. She's talking about Matt, isn't she? A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thanks. You're welcome. Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center now. There's something I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. No, nothing on that. Maybe I can get him talking about Matt some more? Oh, hey, there's John Doe. That's younger than me, but you can practically see a star. Oh, wait, no, I think we already saw this. I got his autograph the other day. Feels kind of wrong now, doesn't it? I don't care what people say. Matt didn't kill Juan. I know he didn't. I mean, he may not have killed him, but... Let's talk to Matt. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. Hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edward just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Kurita was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. What's wrong? Mr. Engard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. Okay, so, about the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as a nickel samurai? Yeah. I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is? Please. How many chains? Ah, fuck. 5. God damn it. Why'd it have to be 5? Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? No, that's why I fucking asked you. Did you know about Mr. Kurita and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Kurita. Her mentor was Mr. Kurita's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impax's suicide note from him. Celeste. Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green pea? You don't know what fucking pizza? Okay, Pearl, we're getting you a pizza. Let's go eat one later, okay? Got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, eh? Mr. Engard, quit deflecting, you ass. Are you connected to Miss Impax's suicide in some way? Wasn't that suspicious? I don't think he's gonna say anything. Alright. Let's go Xenospeed! 5 locks, Jesus Christ. I hope one just like opens all of them. But I doubt it'll be that easy. Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Eh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Krita, especially on that night. How do I have evidence? What evidence do I have of that? Or do I gotta do this? No. Seems I don't have that evidence. Mr. Nick, your phone! Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good that... Hello? He got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to get back to the office right away. Then we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back, honestly. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. Powers. Here we fucking go. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and I had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought the spy camera. But, this quickly? That's insane. And this bear's what gave them away, pal. Oh yeah, Edgeworth did everything great. The bear? I figured it out, pal. No, Edgeworth did. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. No, Edgeworth did. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured? Shh, Pearls. And? Go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. But who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Matt and God. Huh? Matt and God, your client, that's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. Oh no, he is. I mean, he didn't do the murder. He just hired someone to do the murder. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me. I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Ngod. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ngod's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ngod himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Okay, well that's proof, at least, that he was spying on him. So, what about the spy camera we found? Ah, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. I know you don't want to give up, pal. Didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Krita's room was Matt Ingard. Why? Why would Mr. Ingard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Krita in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you gonna see him, Mr. Ingard, I mean? Yeah. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt Ingard, what in the world have you done? Thanks, Gumshoe. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Let's go. Take that. Divine shot. 5. Ah, pain and suffering. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What? Do I have to present the spy camera instead of the receipt? There, it's a spy camera, alright. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was the camera you're talking about hidden? In the stuffed bear. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. Guess Juan had a few of these kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? A person who... Seriously? Wow, I really have to just fucking spell it out, huh? That's a pain. Mr. Engard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the... You fucking bought it, dumbass. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from that is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. What kind of toothbrush costs that much? Why are anime scripts so cringe? I feel like it's always obvious. It's the oblivious main character that just thinks they suck at everything, and the characters around him just praise him like he's a god or underestimate him, and the girls, well, you know. But you see, that's the thing. That's the scripts of bad anime, Leafy. That's from scripts anime that suck. You just need to, you know, watch some good anime. But yeah, there are a lot of anime like that. A $3,800 toothbrush. It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ugh, elephant hair? That's fucking disgusting. Is that what rich people use nowadays? God, this guy. Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yeah? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like a stupid lawyer talk to me. Let's start talking about this, okay? No! Fuck you! Not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know. Because I need to. The reason you had this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it in secret is... I don't know. That's the issue. I don't know yet. I mean, do I have evidence as to why you did it? I mean, no, I don't have any... I don't know enough. Why are the clients lying to me? But Edward's clients be telling him everything and he just covers it. I mean, okay, to be fair, Edward doesn't do that anymore. Francisca, on the other hand. Let's talk to Adrian, see if we can get anything more out of her. I don't know if we got any stuff for her, but let's try it. Yeah. That's the issue. I don't know. Besides Juan, I don't know what this relationship could be. Ugh. Maybe I need to explore around the hotel more? Actually, let's see if we can take a look-see at his house. Looks like no one's around. What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face? Oh, she must mean the butler with the stitches in his face. Shoo! Aw, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Aw. Come here, let's play. Aw, at least the cat gets... I wonder if that butler is already asleep or not. But I don't know if there's any clues we can get from this. Fireplace. I don't think there's gonna be really any secrets here. We should be fucking exploring his house. We need any dirt on him we can get. Oh great, I'm missing something. What is it? Maybe... Maybe I gotta present the bear to Adrian Andrews? I don't fucking know. No. Wait, was it? Oh, I might be stupid. Hold on. I may already have the evidence for it. I may just be a big dum-dum. Let's fucking do it. Gaia Rage. Alright. The camera. The bear. It was fucking you. The receipt. Stupid fucking $3,800 toothbrush. Is it because of this? Nope. What could the reason be? Oh my god, do it faster. The reason why you hid the camera in his room. Oh. Adrian Andrews. There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Krita were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Krita, you were going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal. Isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron, huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer dude, what kind of scandal? That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff? Juicy? Look, we could get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Krita because of Miss Andrews. And the only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. Nope. I hate this fucking gimmick. Makes me want to commit to the die. I probably have everything I need. I just need to piece it all together. Huh? Shit, what'd I do? Oh. Whoopsie dupsie. I did it too early. Because you have to do shit, and my goal is to watch every isekai anime. Please save me. I'm watching plots only a man hit by a break 100 times could love. I don't think there's enough. Oh, fuck. Damn it. I do not know how to read. It's fine. I already saved beforehand. It's okay. Now do I do this? Nope. Okay. What is the real like, what evidence do I need to present to show the real reason? Ugh. I know the answers, but I don't know how the game wants me to give the answer. And I have to go through this each time. Why couldn't they at least let me... Oh, shit. I'm getting heated, and I'm making mistakes, and it's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna drink alcohol to make myself feel better. Because that's the only way that you can make yourself feel better. I could be watching you play the Final Fantasy trilogy. Which one? There's more than 3 Final Fantasy games. 1, 2, 3. Oh, like the OG 3. Why? Because I'm just button mashing through dialogue? Is that the joke you're trying to make? So the person now is you. Because those cases have been... These cases... I agree. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have enough time to even finish one Final Fantasy game. Alright. Bum bum ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum. Alright. There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Miss Cute are having secret meetings. Wish your reason was spying with something else, but it wasn't. Didn't spy on Mr. Krita because of Miss Andrews. And there's only reason I could think of for doing such a thing. Well, it wasn't... didn't have to do with the announcement, because he really had no idea. It seemed he had no idea about it, but he might just be lying with that. What did it? No, that's not it. There's only one reason I can think of to do such a thing. I already did the ticket. Look, let me just make sure it's not just like... Yeah, no, it's not just Juan himself. Which piece of evidence am I supposed to do to convey the information I want? I already tried this, didn't I? Oh, it was. Alright. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Better than the last one, though. The last one was such an awful and boring case. The last case was just fucking insane. This is it. I'm only starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes, though. Yeah, because, I'll... Vanguard, I know why you know Mr. Shelley. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Carita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Engard. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without the feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Engard, you really did hire... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? What? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engard. Where'd you get the fucking giant Holy... Okay, can we try... That wine glass is fucking huge. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really... So you're Shelly the Killer's client? You didn't really think I'd dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. All I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why'd you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't able of blackmail. They turn their client into cash cows by holding their sinful deeds over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why? Yeah, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video's my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? What? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough an answer for you, little girl. Jeez, you are just an ass. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Carita? Because he knew about the sling so much... who's about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? Yeah, I think this guy's innocent too. I agree with you, Lifey. If Mr. Creed had been able to give it, then Mr. Engard's secret would have... well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know. I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. Yeah, that's what I want to know. Also, that wine glass, like, okay, one, what's in the cup? Two, why is it so fucking big? Like, that shit is so huge. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Creed ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. Yeah, assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me. Matt and Guard. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Carita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Carita! I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Ah, but too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case or refuse to represent me. How about does that sound? Aw, but you can't, can you? That'd be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya. You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I would think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, right? What are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy... No! We can't do that. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth? Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, right? It's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find that answer, and you must find it on your own. I hate it when you're right. I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who is clearly a killer... Yeah, Matt Ingard. That man is really... Yeah. It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. True. Yeah. And he would be dead. Yeah. That's the easy way out, isn't it? Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? What exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly blinds, gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, would say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your client up until now? Dick. Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get in guard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win this case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? That's... You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francisca Montcalm are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed. You're so petty! I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect win record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Phoenix, he's told you that like 5 times. Why don't you have faith in your boyfriend? God damn it. Are you saying that's why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. God damn it, stop being such a pedantic asshole. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is ready tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Mr. Nick? The transceiver! I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding my hostage for Mr. Engard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. The man who hires an assassin is just as much a killer himself. I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah? This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is DeKiller. Shelly DeKiller. You're Shelly DeKiller? Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a DeKiller, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see it as she receives a nice long nap. Ah, no! Now then, if you'll excuse me, like, we're doing this in the middle of like a fucking office with a bunch of detectives and policemen. Do they not hear this? If you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Seriously? You've got to be fucking kidding me. Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya! I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission. Huh? Oh, that. It sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be. That cat. Can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly DeKiller is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police units head for Engard's mansion immediately. All right. You hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Maya. Please answer us, Mystic Maya. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. Officer, criminals online saying and admitting to their crimes. What shall we do? Nothing. He clearly has not incriminated himself. Nothing to be done. That is something that would happen in this game, isn't it? I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and Engard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. That's new. Oh, it's a figure of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. A bear? Isn't that more a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like that be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. I'm sure that's for Shu. Do you think that this came through that little door? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors now, so let's go, Edgeworth. Yeah, there's no one here. From the look of this room, I would say this is Enguarde's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and a VCR. Check inside the desk. There's a tape. It would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed, record recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty, and there's no tape to be found. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. So it looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. Now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Isn't that interesting? Seems like Mia and Maya's body did a bit of help leading us here. Looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste. Miss Impax, you mean? Yeah, Mr. Kurita's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Enguarde's mansion? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back! There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's missing Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Enguarde a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag or not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for that helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. Oh, it's Nick Maya. Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, it's nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' Cyclock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your Cyclock. Cyclock? What? I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine. Go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Let's go. Freikugel. Is that how you say it? Is it Freikugel or Freikugel? Now I think about it, a lot of attacks in SMT, I don't know how the fuck those are supposed to be pronounced. Like, what is it? Like Diorama and Diorahan. Is that how you're supposed to say them? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was a killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Enguarde. Miss Andrews. You may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. Yeah, I guess just... that doesn't... I know the spelling. But is it Freikugel or Freikugel? Nice, you said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and why is that? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. A woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Celeste. There is only one catalyst that would cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. and that is Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Freddy Krueger's, where you can scarcely believe that the store sells items for so cheap. Can you explain to me this relationship between Celeste and Matt? Well, I found this neat little frame. This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Engard's mansion. And after all this time, the last remaining secret has been revealed. Boo-hoo, sucks to suck. Fucking tell me already. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yeah, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes. Because of Matt. But because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. It doesn't say how old was she? She must be considerably older than both of them. And hell, she's older than Matt is. So that's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. The scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. Still doesn't explain why Juan called it off. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt did something. Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Miss Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? Yeah, why would he do that? He could easily use it against Matt and just end it then. Why wait so long? It's simple. Juan realized the note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. So why wait an entire goddamn year to use it? In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There is that word again, and it keeps coming up. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that's what happens when you're a fucking idiot who just doesn't use that shit immediately. Don't give him time to come up with a counter plan. You just gotta strike the iron while it's hot, you fucking idiot. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with my situation, or with what I know now. To be continued. All that's left is for everything to get done in the trial tomorrow. Dawn of the final day. Let's do this. Seriously? Don't tell me it's another fucking nightmare. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done wrong? I can't allow you to go on like this. Huh? But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. Sounds like the Cathedral of Shadows up in here. Yep, that dream before. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Leaves a bad taste in your mouth, huh? What now? Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up. You better get Miss Ingard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Wow. Phoenix? Phoenix! Mia? How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. God damn it. How many phone calls am I gonna get? It's in guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're real mean, pal. Gumshoe? Sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team. We're chasing after the killer, pal. Really? You have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial's over, until the verdict is handled down, we're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then we can get Ingard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. Have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. He may be incompetent and an idiot and never get anything useful done. We're fucked. We're fucked, aren't we? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Edgengard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicions onto Mr. Engard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes. Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin, and the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt Engard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. Wonder how the trial will turn out today. Time to find out. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Mentor? Oh, because he was a steel samurai. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, but, well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yeah. I didn't know that! But, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Engard's room. Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. One need to just let him lose? That's insane. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony, and talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Engard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? That's literally what we always do. It's kind of easy for the prosecution to set up traps for us. Defendant's room. Why'd you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're gonna try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? That's only like half the time, man. Witness? I'll personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then... Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Are you sure that was Matt in guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And, what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a tray of droops on a tray. Bottle and juice. Oh. Oh. So that's how he got into the room. That's how the juice got there. I see. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think it was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. Guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. Oh shit, hold on. Fuck you. Moving on. So, how long did you watch the two of them? No more than a minute or two, I think. So, who are the guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude, since I invited you guys, if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. I suppose, what's the contradiction here? There's a fucking contradiction here? Where? I've pressed him on everything, I'm pretty sure. Do I just go straight up, hey, that guy was John Doe, the assassin? Is that what I have to do? Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. Okay, yeah, no, so I had to press this after pressing him on that. Okay. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah! Yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? I gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It's something Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Oh shit, hold on. Something's happening. Okay, hold on. I'm Okay, so there's a storm in town, and apparently immediately my basement is flooding. So I have to take care of that. So I'm gonna have to deal with that. I will get back as soon as I can. Yeah. All right, BRB. Update, basement still flooded, trying to get a pump to work. I need my tools. I have returned. Oh my fucking god. Oh, that was a fucking mess that I have. Jesus Christ. God fucking damn. Oh, hold on. I think my air conditioner turned on. I'm trying to back on. Okay, no, it was hot. It's just hot in here anyway. That's wonderful. Listen, it's not my fault that my basement flooded. Excuse me for having to go ankle deep in still water. Oh my god. Oh, it was such a fucking pain. My dad was like, we don't have a pump. We gave it to someone else. I was like, Bob, there's literally a pump right there. And he was like, oh, okay. So let's get the hose. And we couldn't get the hose out of the fucking wall. Oh, literally, my dad was like calling the neighbor. Okay, we just need to call the neighbor. And I was like, wait, hold on. Give me a towel. Let me try to unscrew it with the towel. And that worked. So then I took that, tied it to the pump, had to go ankle deep in basement water, put the pump down, plugged it in, and now it's going. And now it is no longer my problem. Do I still have a cosmic brownie? Yes, I do. I'm eating a cosmic brownie for this. I deserve it. Oh my god. The return of the king. No, you don't. What the fuck do you mean I don't? I worked hard, damn it. I'm drinking like at least 2 gulps of this wine right now. Ugh. Alright. Let's... No, I will drink my own juices. Thank you very much. Now I am shirtless in my room playing Ace Attorney. Wonderful. Because it's too damn hot in here. Anyway. Well, every time... Oh, yeah. What the fuck was the tip? That's what's confusing me. How much was it? The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips. Wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? That is a bit much. Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Remember, we gotta fight at every turn. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive a large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Because you like being a dick. He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. Actually, now that you think about it, Phoenix, how the fuck do you live? Do your clients pay you, right? So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Carita. Then, I should have asked about the face first. That would have taken more time. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card of Shelley the Killer, left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer? He's the person that the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw the bellboy again later on that night. What? I need a drink. Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. The second. This time, I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. This is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. You gotta drag this on for as long as possible, which means this is turning into a mud fight. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back, and then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by the time. Wasn't the time of death 8:15? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. Okay. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all. But you see... Well, he had those stitches in his face. Ugh. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Of course, when I say room, I mean... the victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Usually it's the other way around in these cases. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? Oh, he didn't leave with the tray. But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers test my slide, or try to pull a fast one? Anything to solve for time. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys offer room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplemented with this new one. Edgeworth. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could please amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court records. I know what it is already, but we gotta stall for time. Please don't be so quick to judge. But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but we can't give in yet if you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible. You're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Got it. Time to be as petty as fucking possible. Let's fucking go. Mr. Powers. Yeah? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches, and... So? A baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? I blame you for leading me down this road. We get to be the annoying shits for a change. This is so nice. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Eh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ugh, why does this make the bellboy look really suspicious? Alright, gotta focus. Can't lay it lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy's wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? Phoenix, what is with you and sports balls? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. Can we say that this is all circumstantial evidence? When do we get to say that? I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh, yes, please tell us more. Okay. The second meeting. I'm opening my brownie. After leaving Kwan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the scene of the crime, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Ryan, to your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. I'm so screwed. I never thought one of my clients would actually be guilty. What am I supposed to do about this? What am I supposed to do? Hold it. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Spying? Phoenix, come on, that's reaching. Excuse me? Maybe a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said, hold it. Okay. That's better. Ahem. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Okay, so who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah, well, it was Mr. Engard's room, correct? So it could only have been Mr. Engard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing... Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Engard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall, And one in there. And who knows after that, right? I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? It was just this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. You and your delusions, Leify. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Power's testimony just now was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Ugh, talk about a lose-lose situation. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. He gave something to this person. Yeah, and what was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the scene of the crime, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item to some sort of to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yeah, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. What? A statue? Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? Let's see if I try and proceed. I'm gonna have to come with whatever the statue thing is and show him. Oh. You're gonna have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Yeah, it's the bear. What was the point of the pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt and Guard's mansion. At the defendant's house? Actually, how did it get there, now that I think about it? What does this mean? Actually, what does this mean? Hold on. Because if he handed it to Matt, and then he got arrested immediately afterwards, he wouldn't have had time to bring it to his house. It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Carita in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Engart's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor, that Mr. Engard is the killer's client. Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah, I can see that. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown to the court, I'm sure your friend, Edgeworth, would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there's no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let someone like this. I have to do something. It has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? We can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what question point? There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. What am I saying? We have to find out why. I think the reason is pretty clear, Lifey. Sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear. Evidence. Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but, the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding me. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Issue. There were 2 Nickel Samurais. Order. It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in the spear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know, Matt and God is a Nickel Samurai. But he wasn't the only Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the fence, we've made that all the clearer. What am I supposed to do now, Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry. No, I bring this to you to... Your Honor. Again, Mr. Wright. We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something, even one little will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, then. Oh. I think it's really obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. Okay, so it was the bear that... Okay, that was a... It's not possible that it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to his mansion. What? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Ooh, disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Edgeworth. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. I have a certain there's only 2... Believe it, that butler all this time. Who was the... You're gonna bring that up! Seriously, you ass! The killer and guard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engard's mansion as its butler. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Engard mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do it. I assumed because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion. As well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin's room, everything has become very clear. The client, who hired the assassin to commit the murder, was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? I gotta raise an objection. I will now announce my verdict. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I've left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now, we have these 2 reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. The reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at Engard's mansion. I can't believe I'm accusing her again. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Tisk tisk. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you... Ugh, I hate doing this. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt and Guard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Duh. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Guard's mansion, there was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Oh, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I am willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? Well, thanks for playing along, Edgeworth. Let's drag this out. He's right. The killer did specifically bring that bear to and guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon the witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Andrews herself. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? I thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt on Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Maya? Really strong power? Huh? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. Just barely found something to latch onto. Yeah, that's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! We just had one. Even a single clue would be very helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, gotta keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is there hope for not? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia? It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The Berry Big Circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on the map. About 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later. So don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this over to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecuting calls the defendant manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand again today to discern who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? Alright. Why? Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of this complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So, this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. There really was something to that bear after all. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that? Well, if you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. And this and that, I see. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you. That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. Present from Miss Andrews. Oh my god, the suicide note's in there. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt there are that many people with this same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to go at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone, and as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course, that means Mr. Ngard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there's one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. The bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we're going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence. All eyes are on Miss Andrews as now she solves a puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess what that is, do we, Mr. Knight? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Carita's former manager, Celeste Impacts. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Carita himself. It seems Celeste Impacts had a very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is the most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything's going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate that contents of the note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was gonna burn it. For her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang out loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impacts left to us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by Ingard, and about being engaged to Carita, and Ingard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ingard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word. That Ingard values above all else is refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Gumshoe, please get my quick. It's Ingard's fault the woman killed herself. And this time, he even went as far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. The city killer's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Ugh. How am I supposed to skip this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figure in the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. How did he know that the suicide note was in the bear? The gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry. So I don't know which one to pursue further. The figurine. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it? It's like he doesn't care if he's trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Carita. At the request of his client, of course. So, what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. the Killer's client was Matt Ingard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. You can't tell by just looking at it that the bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt Ingard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Yeah, if only he didn't have a camera spying on the room. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there's no reason why Mr. Ingard would ever want a jewelry box like this.
Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. No, there's an easy one. Fortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. What? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? There's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What? I thought the spy camera was in my possession. Madam Guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Carita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Madam Guard. Order, order. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You. Don't tell me you know about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. As you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking that I have the camera that was in the sufferer's eye. Huh? But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. And then Guard's fingerprints were. Damn it! I was hoping we could at least put questioning that to solve for time. Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's the lawyer thinking? Is that man the bad killer guy? Stop, don't look at him. Reese, when you, Phoenix. Yeah, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Is running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting a lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something you should investigate. I'd really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded. Oh, the humanity? You arranged some... Wait, hold on. I didn't hear about any arranged marriage. What the hell? For not remembering to look into this item when he had the chance. Why are you suddenly speaking in riddles all of a suddenly? Alright, I think it's time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence Mia is talking about? That he didn't investigate further. Is it the picture? But that just incriminates him more. It was in his house after all. Couldn't be. We've already investigated these. It has to be the photo, yeah? I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! How's that? Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. Judge, I've been desperate for the past 30 minutes. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, no one telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Well, Mr. Edgeworth. Damn it. That's wrong. Okay, so it wasn't the picture. So, what is the piece of evidence that needs to be examined more? The note? That doesn't make sense. The figurine, but we already... The bear? The picture card? No. What needs to be examined further? Where the transmitter... Oh. We don't know where that... Well, no. His fingerprints were on the camera, though, which means that... What evidence is it? Is it the transmitter? I don't think it is, but we already thoroughly examined the figurine. What else is there to examine about it? We've already pretty much examined the no. It can't be either of these. Transmitter? Yeah, no, I thought not. Why did they switch roles? Because we are stalling for time, that's why. What is it? No, that doesn't make sense. Why would he need to examine it further? The bear? Can't be any of this shit. It has to be something new, right? I mean, maybe, but... Well, which one? The stuffed bear or the figurine? I mean, I was thinking the bear. Yep, nope, that's wrong. We'll try the other bear. It's either that or the no. Yep, nope. We'll try the no, but there's no really other... Unless it's an older piece of evidence? Yeah. I'll try the note, but... Oh! It is the note! Huh? That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? Oh, I see. I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Who cares? Just let this guy... No, we don't want that. We want this to go on for as long as possible. And then once we hear that Maya has been released, we're like, oh, thank God. Okay, yeah, no, he fucking hired the guy. Oh. So... as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Oh, I see. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting... Mr. Wright! Are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who is to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put this into the bear? How dare you! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? I hate doing this. I did no such thing. Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note fake... Oh yeah, just use... Is there a Magatama where, like, you know, let's just use Gaia Rage? We'll use we'll use Oni Kagura on them. Then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. I'm a tornado or shock type. Oh yeah, those are early skills you can get, huh? That means the burden of proof lies with you.
But magic falls off late game. Actually, it's not that bad. Magma Axis is also dope as hell.
That's enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It is as the defendants say, the handwriting is yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will be physically able to make it another day.
I didn't want to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecutor and defense further investigate.
Apparently magic is the best speedrun build, but physical is best overall late game. Yeah, because magic does fall off, but that's not until, like, late. Like, magic is still pretty... Like, magic is insanely good early game, and it's good enough late game. It's just not, you know, the super optimal. Everyone else is my butt. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. And guard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. When I reply,
what is that sound?
it's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe. What's with him? And what's that guy? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? Hey, he got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say. Besides, I'm sorry. There's always somewhere I can make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal, but the two of them are already gone. This is terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. Just need a little more time. What? Don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Did you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Ow! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
And about to end today's proceedings, you may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. Why is it PNG on the phone? Mr. Edgeworth. Please, you gotta buy some more time. Court is in session. I need a statement build. PNG, literally it was a phone PNG. Like the background, it still had the background and everything. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm going to request another 30 minutes of your honest time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on the piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor, that is all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At the prosecution request, the court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
Christ. Right. Well, what is going on with Maya's situation? The killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Ugh. Report.
Yeah, is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. Looks like we just missed him, sir. Yeah, Von Karma actually did this. Wait, really? Why?
But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence?
I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm heading on my way over.
Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now.
This was the last episode of Season 2, and I guess they had to have a reason to have everyone there. Alright. Sounds bad. Hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
It's my hunk of a car. I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry. I'll be there. Wait for me. All right. Just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission. No one can stop me now, sir. No one! Except the police if they try to pull me over. I'm pulling out all the stops and even running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that'll be decisive enough to end this. Wait, that's bad for me. What happened? Escargot? Yeah, what's wrong? Did he get into a car crash? Escargot? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. It's unintentional. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop me. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. What happened? He got into a car crash. Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take the possession of them. No! We can't let that happen! Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. It has to be somewhere between here and the Berry Big Circus. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is? That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. The transceiver? We can trace the radio signal, right? But I don't know Chef Kawasaki's accent. I don't remember that. It's been a long time since I've watched Right Back At You. It has to be the transmitter, right? Right, we're not in the middle of a mock trial here. Guess this won't work, huh? Guess it's up to me, alright, I'll think of something on my end. Don't get your hopes up too high, but I'll try my best. Did I say something wrong? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. What I'm doing now, I'm putting the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was incredibly urgent. Probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what you must do, okay? Yeah. Wait, do I try to load to get the right thing? That might be important, actually. Wait, what is the right option there? Damn it, I kind of want to go back and do it again. What evidence would we even need? What evidence would be good to figure out where Gumshoe is? For Gumshoe? Reload for Gumshoe? Fuck it. Where did I save? I don't remember. Alright, we're just gonna have to mash through this. It's mashing time, let's go! Alright, I'm just gonna take a drink. Yes, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Take that! Oh, no case is boring. True that. At least Edgeworth knows how to keep his composure.
Phoenix, I had a parking ticket. Why are we on day 7 of court? I don't mind paying $50. You don't have to prove me innocent and charge me millions. You know Phoenix doesn't charge that much. I'm pretty sure half of his clients haven't even paid him yet. I mean, kind of, but he owns his own private practice. So that would mean Alright. That's right, there is a way. Right, the transmitter. What? It's not? But doesn't he have the receiver for the transmitter? What's the answer here? Or are none of them the right answer? That may be the case. There may not a profile friends. No way. What? We're bringing up Francisca at a time like, oh, I see. She has the tracker of Gumshoe. I forgot about that. Oh my god. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Can't believe we have to rely on Francisca. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge any... Okay. For Gumshoe. I completely forgot she had the fucking tracker. Her haircut is ass, isn't it? Here we go. Court is back in session. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Wow, both of them are stressed out as hell. I can understand the defense acting like this. Oh, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Like, what do you mean it's forgery? I mean, yeah, that's what I... This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order, order, order. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this were not written by Mixer, then who wrote it? As Maximilian would say, ooh, edgy boy, dot. I don't think Maximilian's the one that says edgy boy. I think that's old bag. You would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well. Looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engard. Like Yugi Boy? Oh! When you said Maximilian, I thought you meant fucking Maximilian Galactica. I didn't notice you meant Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh! When I read Maximilian, I thought we were just talking about Maximilian Galactica, the last client. Oh, that makes more sense. Because no, he'd go, fabulous! Oh yeah, no. Wait, hold on. Pegasus' first name is Maximilian? I didn't know that. Then again, I don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh! She never wrote anything about an guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting on the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. Considering that Engard had no idea the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. What proves... Oh, right, of course. The defense believes that the theory that the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known it was a fake. Because of the camera. What is this little item called again? Someone's saving like his first time playing SMT4. Hey, listen. I am slightly tipsy and tired, so... You know what? I don't fucking care. I'll time travel if I want, bitch. A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but lies. Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Miss Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged the note. So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of. It's in Ginza, not in Nashville. Of course. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Man, it does feel good being the annoying one back. Order, 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 Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like this time it is you who dug his own grave. Yeah. As I figured. Huh? As you figured. As I figured. It came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Yeah. Well, I agree with you there. I don't know. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? No. No fucking way. Is Edgeworth gonna be like, it's like, right, give me the transceiver. We're asking him who his client was. That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? It is, Yes, go on, who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer. Oh, Mr. the Killer. Wait! Miss Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here, to the witness stand. Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a little unusual circumstances. But I mean very... Shelley the Killer, obviously. Yeah. Hell, someone had the last name of Saw It, so I'm not surprised. And hell, he went under the alias of John Doe, so like... So I asked for permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this out. Defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then. The prosecution calls the witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, the witness, your name and your, occupation. I mean, that would be a fitting title for you. The fucking transceiver.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelly the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor? How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelly the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! A voice. Right, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Carita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Carita. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelly the Killer. What is he going to say? There is something I must say first. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his client and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. What is it? Shelly would never want to present any evidence that would actually cause Matt to be guilty, so pressing him should be fine. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on. Well, it appears there's one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the Killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. I would certainly... That's enough, please, no more. Very well, I was only on a hypothetical anyway. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. What? Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. Oh. Wait. Is he gonna say that... It's only one. Is he gonna say that it's Adrian? Because Engard... And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ugh, so egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all the extra fluff, just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and close, so you're gonna have to work to get him to talk. Not his therapist, you know. Huh? But I already pressed him for everything. So, I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness? What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Carita? The person's name is... I knew it. Adrian Andrews. What? Witness? That's not who you told me it was earlier. Huh? Rita, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? You should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with his court, Mr. Killer told him a different name. Matt Edgard, perhaps. I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you are the one who summoned this witness. You... Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Edgard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. But we don't want to win this. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. Yes, and we should totally trust everything he says. No. With all this evidence, it's obvious that this means that Mr. Matt Edgard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, Edgard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Edgard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself while I win this? Who would have believed the prosecution's own witness would have absolved the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now. It was all one big lie. Miss Andrews. Suicide note may have been a fake. But man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now. You have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. Dickel himself has testified. He has named you his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste's impact was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her and you wanted revenge against the two who were hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reason to want them both dead. No. Mr. Wright. Oh, here we go. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who are the real killers? Tell them. Please. Help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Continue the trial. Phoenix, I can't do it, Maya. Mia, I can't accept a not guilty. You're a lawyer. I know. But Manengard is a killer, a murderer. I can't. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than a guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I had to face the fact that it was because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Ingard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? I trust my boyfriend. That's weird. Yes, you do. Why is it sometimes that the woman next to me can read my mind? Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But, that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. Dragon Quest? I mean, it's a good game. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here into this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. That's nice, Lifey. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need from me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is, how things are, usually done. What is he talking about, usually done? But what shall we have him testify about? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is there any wonder no one likes to go to court? Get in line. Like, there are people lining up to do that? Well, yeah, I am a very desirable person. As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now, I believe? Possibly 6th. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, we still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. When have you understood what's happening, Judge? That makes 2 of us. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, I might raise suspicion on his end, but I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can just have to... Yeah, no, I don't think... Mr. Wright! Yes? You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that? You're guilty. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty. Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, changing occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. The Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. Always make it the point to make things as easy as possible. Fairies evolve into elves, so pixies evolve into dark elves. That's nice. You'll try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? Think dark elves should have less rights to their nature of the— What the fuck? Lifey? That is correct. No, no. No, I didn't. No, I was reading the text. Fuck you. No. Silence. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Chen, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services, ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm on the trial here? From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. Silence. You know I was simply reading. You set me up. Your Honor, I've been framed. That was taken out of context. So you admit it. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take or fall. And that's all you have to testify. Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Your Honor, me and him are of different mind. I seek peace, seeing everyone treated equal. Sir Stone wants to warrant only those he deems better to have better treatment. I never said any of that shit. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me? No. I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now.
What are you going to do now, Phoenix?
All I can do now is expose the lies.
That's true. However, you realize that would be very bad for a client, right? I'm so confused.
But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let the trial end yet. It's definitely here, but what evidence do I present that she didn't know? What is this for certain she didn't know? Actually, it has her fingerprint, that's right. Thank you so much for taking your time to testify, Mr. J. Killer.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered.
But how? How do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass.
Mr. J. Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now.
Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask me about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence.
Sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning whether the request was taken.
Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items.
This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. This is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. 1 week ago. Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you won't keep them in mind.
Please, stop!
In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
Specific date and time?
Did you ask why on that specific night? No, I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions.
Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear?
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I would like to retrieve that item for me.
He must be talking about the bear puzzle.
Inside the figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room.
He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all.
That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was.
I see.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Yes, it is important. The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think I already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? I was with that brief pause. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between the client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it's just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? So your client was Adrian Andrews? That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. If they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information out of him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. What about a delicate balance? I can't prove where she was a week ago. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't pointless. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I have already told you, Ms. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him.
That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client.
It's true what they say about time face to face. Well, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, very important. If I heard him right, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well.
Here we go.
Oh. Didn't realize that he's a different...
Ooh, I wonder.
Anyway. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
What?
Shelley the Killer. You've never met the real Adrian Andrews.
Why would you say that?
Because you made one very big slip-up about her.
So, what is the issue? What? Did you just say that? Oh, about her.
If you had met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she's... Oh my god, that's right. Adrian Andrews could be a man's name.
Oh, did the thing just explode? Order in the court, Mr. What is the meaning of this?
The witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when making the request.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, it could be a female name, but I think if I heard the name Adrian, I would assume it was a guy. Actually, that's funny. Adrian and Andrew are both typically male names.
That means Mr. the Killer clients could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
It's sweating oil. What female has that name? Adrian Andrews does.
Mr. Edwards, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Lucky for Mr. the Killer. The entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelley the killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. Ugh, I knew he's just gonna spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give the truth and nothing but the truth. This is so fucking stupid. We're pressing a walkie-talkie. Yes, now I remember. I took the request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Carita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client was to be a man. But you just said that you never do that. So you took this job through a letter. Yeah, I know. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Let me just save this in case. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. Also, isn't it sus that the killer is protecting the client or naming someone after he says he never discloses it? I mean, he did say that she broke the trust by framing someone else. So he does have a reason that he's saying it, because basically she broke the trust first, so he's fine with saying it. That's what he's going with. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come on. Come now, let's have this game of cat and mouse. Using our silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. You can't badger the witness such charge. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. Kelvin is lying? No, I do not. Sorry, Your Honor, I don't have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time. So for us, Your Honor, there's the nature of right and wrong. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It's now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take a rest via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have a mail that is in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is commonly referred to as email. Email? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... 2 or 3 other small things. Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let it slide with that? I don't think so. It'd be real bad if I pushed the buttons the wrong way and got mad. Let's press for me. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yeah? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder, why are you pushing you to continue with the cross-examination? Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Uh-oh, this is looking real bad. Okay, so I'll let it go. Sounds like one sure man. Let's continue with the testimony. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did, once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing? Mr. Wright, what do you say about this? Pretty sure it contradicts...
pretty sure there's a... Well, actually no objections, because I never saw it in that case. Thinking about something out of what he said. It would be real bad if I did something that made him mad over something trivial. There are no problems with this testimony. Too much reaching the end of our rope here. Seems like we're still okay to me. And that's exactly what is so bad. At this rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, we already know how serious of a situation they'll put us in. Yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. So what do I do? It does go against Mr. Powers' testimony, but if I get it wrong, that's going to be really bad for us. What do I do in this situation? Do I keep I gotta be careful what I press, though. Can I prove that they weren't wearing a mask at that time? But we know that... How'd that work? Well, I already saved, so let's see. Oh, wait, no. Wait, no, that's right. One thing does sort of stick out to me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most certainly saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Powers' testimony. After the words, I man went by myself to Matt's room. Phoenix, you fucking idiot. Wait. But he's not saying that's his client. You remember that, witness? Yes, I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to various rooms. Is that wrong? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person. I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly so generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I be standing around here prosecuting? Oh, the deja vu. Isn't it sounding more than enough for one man? And where's your evidence of that large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edwards, show me the money. What? Mr. Attorney? Yeah? Oh. No, it's not like that. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know? Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. Ugh. I think we're on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, I feel threatened in any way. I'm free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry. Please forgive my foolishness. If only you were this put to politics all the time. Anyway, I don't see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue to witness. Okay. Do I have to push this? There's no way. I mean, but it's the only thing I can do. There's no like... Do I just have to push it? It's the only thing I can do at this point. let it go. Fuck it, we ball. We press. I don't feel good about it, but I don't know what else I could do. Fuck it. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine? The bear figure. After the assassination of the turtle, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then, what'd you do next? I handed over to my client right away. Yeah, you gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include. Okay. No, no. I found this figurine at Mr. Engar's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan, to frame Mr. Engard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this testimony? So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in the statement there was... And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. You want to make a strong point? Dr. Wright? What evidence could I present? Well, if she was the only one that knew how to actually open it. Let's try. Let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Engard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. And why is that? Why can't she be the recipient? That's not it. Oh. No, it was right. Alright, if you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside of it. Oh, yeah. Daystone is going to teach us how to make orange wine. No, I only know how to make red wine. Basically, you take a shitload of grapes, red wine, and you put them in a barrel, and you leave them there for like a month. And then, you squeeze them. And then you take that juice, you put it in a bunch of bottles, and you leave that there for like 3 months. And then you have wine. It's that simple, really. I would if that wasn't a crime, and also very difficult. Listen, if I ever go to Texas, I'll bring you a bottle, alright? This item. I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order. So that's what you two were doing. We're going. So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to dismantle the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Agent Andrews to be the client. Oh! Order, order, order. Yeah. Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think our cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me.
I have a matter that I must attend to. No. Please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Yeah... What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand Miss Witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. We keep this up. She'll... Prosecution, Just come over, everyone. Even you are. Prosecution. Russ. What is going on around here? Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matting Guard, would be declared innocent. And in this place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder. And the prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matting Guard, to the stand. Items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Huh. What are you doing? So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. But, Mr. Guard, what an atrocious lawyer I have giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? What is he doing? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Mr. Lawyer. Still want to punch you in the face. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? If I did that, Maya will die. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. I'll handle what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matrick and Guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is gonna say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this. But I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt and Guard, is guilty. We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt and Guard, your client deserves an answer. I'm sorry. Manning Guard is... Objection! There she is. Took you long enough, Franziska. Franziska von Karma! What are you doing here? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces. Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. As von Karma is perfect in every way, the evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoes. You can spot its tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
I fought long and hard this whole trial.
All for what is inside that raggedy coat.
I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence.
Your Honor, inside that filthy coat
are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please.
These are the pieces of evidence that were left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor, the killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among that evidence we're about to see, there'll be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it. This is all we can hope for.
The first item is a pistol.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Not really, no. Pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence.
Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man.
Was that used during the crime?
I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
And what is that?
There's a button missing on the uniform.
A button?
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present.
It's just... and... Shit, I should have asked more about the gun.
Does that pistol have any relation to this case? I have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me.
Oh, was the gun used in your shoulder?
That is the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes.
Oh.
I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test.
Probably not very gonna help us. Yeah. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure we're under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. You know what? There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first... Make Engard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way... Force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were to no longer think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Yeah, that's even more impossible! He's a man who values his duty towards his client above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side. Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs this evidence. The defense, the prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence, and that is how we have come to know the truth. But there's one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. Are you saying that we should show this to Engard? There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I'll pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all expect to sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask this with such passion, I'll grant you 1 chance. 1 chance. Please show your evidence to who you think the right person is. That is impossible. To turn the situation around 1 try. 1 try, that is all I will permit. To try to remember. Everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix. Think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Engard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show this evidence to? That would have to be... Okay, there's 2 possibilities. 1, we show the evidence to... Whatever that evidence is, it has to be shown to Engard. And that whatever that evidence is will cause him to either want the guilty verdict or break his contract with Killer. The second is we need to show the evidence to the Killer. And that evidence needs to show that Engard has broken the contract. How has Engard broken the contract? Did he try to pin it on someone else? Did he take any actions that would pin the murder on somebody that isn't him? That's right! The killer has That's right. Engard has evidence on the killer. He recorded the whole thing. He broke that trust. In that case, that's to be the killer. I see. And now, 1 piece of evidence you would like to show this person. But he already knows about the videotape. So it would have to be the camera! Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't have anything. Damn it, I got it wrong. How about you, Miss Von Karma? Well, it was just shot. I was just shot, so... Damn it. Why? Damn it! Koruman wandered the streets alone. Never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. Damn it! And I have to watch through that every time. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to be. Was it supposed to be the recording? But he already knows. I agree. Damn it! Oh, hey, actually, no. This was intentional. I got an achievement for it. You see, I intentionally got the bad ending for the achievement. I think it's because he intentionally avoided her out of guilt. Yeah, no, it's clear that he released her. It's just Phoenix, you know, he didn't get the guilty verdict. So he put up his hat as a prosecutor and couldn't face Maya. I think that's what it means. Okay, there's two cases. But why would I show Shelly the killer the videotape? It shows that his client didn't trust him. I thought that'd be done by the camera, but I guess not. Well, fuck it, we ball, I suppose. Yeah, it has to be the videotape, but does it have to be shown to the killer, or... Because it's... Oh. Damn it. No, it's wrong. Alright. So then maybe... In guard? I don't have anything. Wait, hold on. Oh, I might be an idiot. It was right. It was right. That's why I was able to pause. Fuck. You know what? We're not doing this. I think it'd just be faster if I relaunched the game. I got it right. I was just like, oh shit, it's wrong because they were doing the same shit. Yeah. Okay. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there's some merit in showing... If I literally just let it go to the next one, I would have known. Show this evidence to the witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright. Looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yeah, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. Afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was certainly told by my client to not watch it. So I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you were on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is it true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have planted a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing?
I would like to know why. Why did Matt and Garth go on the crime scene? Let me see, just in case. I'm sure it'll be obvious, but just in case I fuck up, because that is definitely doable by me. Let me have some alcohol for courage. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film you, and that's because your client, once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come on, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yeah, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Keep changing his voice. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer?
Oh. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
Yes, by a natural. This is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness.
Yes?
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item!
I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... Ah! Miss Von Karma, where did that...
She always has you in her sights.
Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict.
Edward low-key just made a defendant fear for their lives? Edward, do you mean Edworth? It's not low-key. High-key. Mr. Engard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometimes, in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We've finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Please, whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief? So what do we do? If we plead not guilty, he will die. If we plead guilty, well, he'll die anyway, but in jail. We're good people. Yeah. So we plead guilty. And in guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
Me? My wonderful self? Guilty?
Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore.
No! Guilty, guilty, guilty! As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt in guard?
I have Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. He will hate it, most certainly, and be in much pain. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whipped leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. Guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did? How should I put it? She hasn't known this. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two are in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Aww, isn't that adorable?
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
You didn't even give the verdict. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? 4 days. Yeah. This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You get them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something major getting a not guilty, right? Yeah, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moment before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter.
Can't count on the evidence on me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? My client Matt in guard is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Right?
Edgeworth? I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls? You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe.
She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Hopefully it does not crash like Detective Gumshoe. Oh, Mystic Maya is safe. You did it, you really did it, Mr. Dick. Oh, she punches deceptively hard for a child. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh, what's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling? Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. Okay, what about you, Von Karma? But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in the moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. When I say just... no. I would like to save. Just in case. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight the knowledge we hold in everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy, we claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This, I promise you. Yeah, but we won't be able to finish the third. The truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. And I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. I can't believe you fucking ghosted me for a year, you dick. I thought we had something! The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago, when you went, oh! I still don't understand what you meant, but it had a profound impact on my way of life. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. When am I going on my trip? Friday. So the last time I could stream is Thursday. Might not even be able to be Thursday. It might be Wednesday. And I don't think 2 days is enough time to beat the third game. So I'm gonna have to figure out something else to do for the next 2 days. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Let's get through something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Is it not the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I don't think I can beat Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 within 2 days. I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. Just one of those? Can I really beat a Final Fantasy game in 2 days? Is that what you're saying? I'm sure that's what she is saying by this action. You should keep this, right?
Okay. Seriously? How long is a Final Fantasy game? I mean, I played the 7 remake, and that first one just took, like, I don't know, like 20, 30 hours, I'm pretty sure. Nick! Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Aww. It takes 10 to 20 hours to beat one? Really? Wait, I don't think I can get that done in 2 days. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got Engard convicted, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be sitting here. Yeah, but, I mean, I could, but I don't want to leave a game for, like, months. For, like, a month. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. All things we can discuss after I actually finish this. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost super early. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. I already beat that game, and I'm never touching that accursed game again. Again, also, that game is like an hour long. Like, that's not gonna be enough for a stream. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Right. How? Alright. I think it's time we get out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick. Food. Grub. Chow. I'm starved. I have not eaten in 3 days. I'm so hungry, even if you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun. Even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. Do you think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Nick, it doesn't matter. If I do not eat any food within the next 5 minutes, I'm biting your arm off. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so, how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Maya, I can't afford that. Come on, Nick, food! I'm going to go homeless. We haven't back to the hotel? Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Don't you? Are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then, wasn't a red light that got him? You did it again, city boy. Wait, that's not Lotta's voice. Whatever. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out of me, and I ain't joking. Can't pay for a group eating what the fuck? Ain't he charging millions? No. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of Steel Samurai. Actually, you know what? I'm sure that after this, he'd be like, listen, I didn't take your case He'd go to fucking Engard and just... It's like, listen, I didn't take your case pro bono. You owe me $1 million. Thanks. Now look here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bully Mr. Right too hard? If you don't stop being a lot nicer to him, you might just kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now. Everyone gather around. I'm gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lana brought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put all this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about Ian, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Yeah, just like Phoenix goes to Garden Jail. It's like, you know, I'm charging $1,000 per hour, and I worked for 3 straight days. So, yeah, that's a lot.
Wait, how much is that? Because 24 times 3 is 72. So $7,200. Just charge the guy 4 days? Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so 24 times 4 is... Actually, wait, no. 72 plus 24 is 96. So 96,000. Fuck it, 100K. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from Dick Killer's hideout... Wait, for 8 hours a day on this case, that'd be 20 hours or 28K? Yeah. Oh, sure, I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, sure, I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item. Oh, come on now, y'all, it's over. But oh boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped. A dull moment with you, huh? Yeah, we really just need to lock her up in a cage. You think? Maya, you are a disaster magnet. Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright, it wasn't anything important. Oh, was that the 4th piece of evidence that he grabbed? Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Oh, is that... Hold on, I think I know what video that is. Is that the one that Lucky put in the Discord? The Dubis Goobis. It is. Alright. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Ugh, thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. Oh, you're right. It's not the video. Wait, is it? Oh, right. This is like the sequel video too. I watched this as well. It was very funny. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I think it does. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. Well, okay. Phoenix, in her defense, she has not eaten in 3 days. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. I'm going to save in case I need to present something. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express my gratitude. The whip? Do I give him my attorney's badge? Yeah, I wonder why the buttons are missing. We never figured that out. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? Yeah, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway. So who's paying for this lovely dinner party? Powers, you are. As if you need to ask. Edgeworth. Everyone says thank you to Nick. Ha!
Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill. I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty. It better be anywhere for $3,000. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all.
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick. I'm gonna go homeless because of you people. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? You don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then, if you say so.
Objection, fuck you guys! Alright, and that's Ace Attorney? Whatever this one was called, I don't remember actually.
You got me, Nick. I'd hide the letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. No. Stop doing that. I swear, if you're accused of murder again in another trial, in the 4th game, I swear to God. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a proper place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case. Pearl, I cannot afford that. Also, who goes to a hotel just to eat? That's honestly really weird.
Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Somehow. Miss Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong and everything is the only way to live, pal.
Like, if we do not keep our eye on him, he will. And let's not forget, Phoenix can't just prove Maya is innocent. He also has to find the true murderer, because no one is innocent until someone else is proven guilty, I guess. I hate this court.
Hey, it's her. I'm Maggie Barrett. I'm retiring this uniform as of today, sir.
Why?
I'm gonna be a waitress from now on.
Why?
And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Hardy. Recently? Yes, that girl, you know. Haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I haven't so much laid an eye on her, I would go crack. Didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes, was very pleasurable.
My lawyer, surrounded by people even dumber than him. The only smart person in this game was Mia. That's why she's dead. You're not wrong. Well, don't forget about Edgeworth. It's time to begin our quest for a World Circus Domination Tour. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight in Zimbabwe. Hey, Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? God, she's still as dumb as ever. I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they wouldn't laugh at most jokes. God damn.
I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls represent. You've got a new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
Their currency is worth less than actual toilet paper? Yeah.
What's this dread? It's just an ordinary electronic razor recharging on a stand. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this?
Until the end of time.
But it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They Hey, you used to call me Queen Wendy, and then treat me like royalty, and any man you read about, I was gonna feel the pain in my heel. You're gonna feel the burn, and speaking of burn, playing with fires, many days, because of the 3 rounds, when they stole the scenery and burned down like that. I can't breathe. Jesus Christ. Oh, damn, it's 12:30. Well, I guess I did. Actually, how long did I take that break to deal with my basement? I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. I need to check how long that took. It was probably at least half an hour. Because, yeah, we had to deal with a lot of shit. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I'll take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Homepage? Oh, imagine Mia Fey, Ace Attorney. Oh my god, it'd be like, I'm defending myself from this murder charge. Again! And that's just every trial. Every trial she's framed for. Oh wait, no, Mia. I thought you said Maya. Mia Fey, Ace Attorney. She's just like, it's like, oh, this person got accused of murder. They didn't do it. Here's how. It'd be the easiest game ever. Who's going? Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this? That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man. IFA, why'd you decide to nuke the whole continent of Europe? Oh, did I? Yeah. Wait, no, it was the entire country of Turkey. And what? How would you not know? He told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer hideout, oh sure, I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. Miss Meyer, it is quite concerning that this is the 325th case that you have been a suspect. I think we should have you under house arrest. Yeah. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Red gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should do striking down with that whip. Or what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can.
just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways. Francisca von Karma. I am Francisca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Aww. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Aww. I've been farting too much. What the fuck, man? We're having a nice moment going, and you just have to butt in and ruin it. Whatever, the moment's over, I guess. And that's it. The second game has been finished. Now Final Fantasy 1. Hooray. I mean, there is a thing. We do have to love our... I mean, I also love RPGs, but there aren't many RPGs that can be completed in 2 days. No. I'm not blaming you for shit. Actually, I am blaming you. Everything is your fault, Leify. Okay. Anyway. The question is, yeah, what do I do next? Sorry about the... You should be! Anyway. Let's,
Due to the presentation of this evidence of the Declaration of Independence with a giant wad of chewing gum stuck to it, I do not believe that Maya Fey committed the act of nuking the country of Turkey.
And I had to find that in 3 days in a country where it's not even supposed to be, so I hate this court.
Right. And officially, you are not objection.
Oh, god damn it, Edgeworth.
Well, Mr. Wright, you may have proven that she didn't do it, but then who did do it?
I don't know, I'm just here to prove she didn't do it.
I don't know, he's got a little bit of a point, you know?
Wait, what?
I mean, the only proposed suspect was Maya, and it couldn't have been the heir, and I also lack object permanence, so, it might still be Maya.
I just gave you 20 pieces of evidence showing that she didn't do it.
Don't know what that is.
No. The correct answer was like, that was only circumstantial evidence. None of it was definitive.
I forgot. Nope. Not in my brain.
It's the detective's job to find the suspects. I'm the fucking defense.
Detective Gumshoe, what is your input? I don't want to look around that crime
Detective's
scene
corner.
anymore. My feet hurt real bad, and the crime. That is a good point, right? His feet are getting real tired looking around the crime scene. They hurt so bad.
This is completely ridiculous.
I don't know, I kind of empathize.
Maya, what?
Well, you know, when you have to clean your room, but you just really want to
Maya's
go to
such
the
a
mall,
fucking
that must be
idiot.
what it's like for this poor man, you know?
Maya, if I agree with them, you can't go to the mall anymore because you'll be in prison.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna shut up.
So, who did it?
Are you asking me to just accuse someone without any evidence in a courtroom?
That sounds really good right now, yes.
Fuck it, Edgeworth did it.
What? Why would he do such a thing?
Because we have just as much evidence he did it as Maya, except he's a dick.
He really is. Shut up. That doesn't prove that I
The
committed
jokes of Phoenix is
genocide.
working
I
overtime.
mean, you've been accusing Maya more
Yeah.
than anyone. I'm just saying, kind of deflecty.
Yeah, that is sketchy. Why pointing so much? Because I'm the prosecutor. Sounds like excuses to me. Your Honor, this has to be a human rights violation. Boring. Miss Edgeworth, because you are rude, you are definitely guilty of genocide. You'll be thrown in a vat of acid immediately. What? Adjourned. No, no, no. Well, I'm off to go home and play with jingling keys while wondering how I got this job.
Wait,
Think
this
we
is
got
how
along
I judge
now?
man.
I might have just killed an innocent man.
Oh, we might have. Oh, God.
Great video. Oh, here's the other one.
Let me out.
No.
Why not?
Because every time you take more than 3 steps, you get
Oh, where did
accused
I
of
go?
murder, and I'm not.
Oh shit!
I am
turned
getting an
myself off.
aneurysm.
Oopsie.
Oh, come on. It's only been like 4 times.
The fact you think that's normal is actually scary. 4 is a concerning amount of cats to own. I don't even have an analogy for 4 murder charges. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, but they're always false charges. It's not my fault.
Maya, last time you slipped on a giant banana peel, flew into outer space, landed in the country of Turkey, where your hand landed on a knife that had just been used to stab a dude, followed by you knocking over disinfectant on
energy
every
drink
part of the knife,
sucks.
except for the part with your fingerprints, but still removing the original killer's fingerprints, and there was a record of airport tickets you ordered online of going to Turkey at that exact time, which you apparently ordered while you were
Wow.
sleepwalking. So excuse me if I don't trust you to be unsupervised.
We are here for the trial of Maya Fey for nuking the country of Turkey.
I literally blinked! How could you get accused of that while I was blinking?
Well, maybe it means like I'm being accused of nuking turkey in the microwave, like a sandwich.
No, people are dead. The whole country, they're dead.
Oh, fuck. I might be a war criminal.
Alright, hold on. What is this video you have sent? Okay, this is a 40-minute video and it is 12:30. I'm putting this on 2x speed. What is this for, like, recommendations of what to play in the next 2 days? Who cares? Fair enough. Huh? I care.
Marvelous hello, friends and loved ones, and welcome to another entry of indie games inspired by Megami Tensei. People seem to like that last video, and I've got way more games to talk about, so here I am with another 5 titles that you may want to check out if
Listen,
you're a fan
I
of
wanna
that
sleep
full-on
eventually.
franchise. Once again, a few quick clarifications on what I mean by all this. A Megami Tensei indie has to have some sort of verifiable statement from a developer, or publisher, or someone who worked on the title making the comparison. I'm also mostly sticking to smaller studios, so basically, no. A Game Rant article saying that Scarlet Nexus reminds them of Persona 5 doesn't mean I'm going to talk
What
about
is
that.
Scarlet
I'm
Nexus?
also
I haven't
not
heard of that
reviewing
game.
Megami Tensei fan games that use names, characters, or ideas that already exist in the franchise, though, I don't know, Megaten fan games could be a fun video to do one day too. And just
How many
real fast, if you
Megaten fan
like what I
games
do,
are
consider
there?
commenting, subscribing, and or checking out the Patreon. It honestly makes a huge difference. But alright, let's get to the games, shall we? So the first game I want to talk about is one that I immediately went into with very high hopes for one specific reason. See, on my spreadsheet of Megami Tensei inspired indie games, I always mark down how the game highlights where it took inspiration from. Normally this is something like a tweet from the developer said they were inspired by SMT, or a Kickstarter blurb mentions Persona, but the Steam page for Lotus Reverie First Nexus from Kynard Loveray actually compares itself to Devil Survivor of all things, and I love those games.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
yeah, it
cool.
mentions Persona 2, but come on, Devil Survivor. And it's actually really easy
Wait,
to
how long
understand
is the
and see
Devil
how
Survivor
this game
2?
uses that specific series to build itself, from both a narrative and mechanical perspective. You play as... Look, I don't actually know, but I pronounced it as Sink, an amnesiac young woman in a black cloak who stumbles upon a castle with 6 other survivors living in it. After a horrible incident known only as the
Too
incident,
long, probably,
billions of
yeah.
people were wiped off the face of the earth. However, only half of the handful of remaining survivors are actually human, with the other half being the linked partner of a surviving person known as a tulpa, who have their own personalities and are indistinguishable.
Wait,
from human beings.
tulpas?
If a human dies, so does their tulpa, and vice versa. But tulpas are immortal outside of having an incredibly short lifespan, and the only way to extend that lifespan is to challenge another tulpa host pair to a duel and kill them. These rules are mostly explained to the player via a giant black monolith in the middle of the city, because Lotus Reverie is essentially a death game at its core. However, and I'll acknowledge this is purely my own personal bias, there's no fun death game mascot character to enforce the rules or go to the players, and that's something I always really like seeing, so I am a bit sad this game doesn't have that.
Oh,
The
no,
rules
no
state that the game will end when there's only
Monokuma.
one pair left. So as cheery as the characters try to act toward one another, they all know they eventually have to fight, and the game basically states they already have several times before Sync even showed up. Players can spend time around the castle in a system that is very similar to Devil Survivor. You have main story events that you eventually have to do, and side story events that allow you to grow closer to some of these characters. By the way, I recommend saving before doing any main events in this game, because sometimes you'll need to make choices. But it's not really in the this choice will affect the plot sort of way, it's more in the anything other than the right choice means you immediately die sort of way.
Oh.
So yeah, save your game. And regarding those side events, I have to admit, for a good while, I really didn't want to do any of them. Because at the start of this game, I did not like any of these characters. And it wasn't in the Danganronpa way where their faults and negative traits did a mostly good job of building tension. I just thought they were kind of annoying.
Roblox is way more fun when you have
Roblox,
Robux, but
I love
Robux
Roblox.
cost money,
Oh my
and
god, I
that's
love
not
so much money.
Oh my god, I don't care!
However, However, those of you that are paying attention will notice I said I didn't like them at the start of the game. Lotus Reverie is absolutely a slow burn type of title. I spent the first several hours of this game just feeling utterly exhausted by every single character just trying to out-quirk each other as if the quirk gods would declare one of them as the one true Hercules. But I can say it does pick up. Unfortunately, that slow burn, overly quirky stuff is mostly what I'm showing you all here, because once the main story gets going and you start figuring out which characters are human and which are tulpas, and especially as you learn more about Sync and her partner and start having duels against the other pairs, yeah, it's engaging stuff, and I legitimately don't want to spoil any of it here. While certain scenes can feel like they drag on, especially when they're trying to be funny, the game does take its main premise seriously enough. I was actually pretty surprised that in the heat of the moment, I found myself really caring about a character that 20 minutes ago I was saying, shut up, just shut up, I hate you two, while rolling my eyes and mashing the A button. But speaking of those duels, let me try and describe the combat in this game as nicely as I can. It's stupid and I hate it. It may try to lure you in by claiming to be a traditional SRPG, but it's this weird system where you have to plan out your move ahead of time and set the character's AI regarding different opponents to specific patterns, and everybody moves at the same time, so depending on the set AI, you may actually move where you didn't want to, and look, simply put, it's just not that fun. Now look, I want to be clear, I do not dislike this combat because I dislike strategy RPGs. Quite the opposite, actually. Final Fantasy Tactics, in my top 5 favorite video games of all time. Devil Survivor Overclocked, my second favorite Megaten game. Fire Emblem Three Houses and
Overclocked
Triangle
is
Strategy
base
my
as
number
hell.
1 game of the year for 2019 and 2022 respectively. Demon School, a Megami Tensei inspired SRPG launching next month, been one of my most anticipated titles for several years. Jeanne d'Arc, I don't have a single sweeping statement for this one, it's just really good, and available on modern PlayStation consoles now, and more of you should play it. The point is, I like SRPGs, and for the most part, Lotus Reverie First Nexus ain't that. The combat is just frustrating, and it's not very fun, and it never feels all that rewarding, and I think perhaps even the developer knew all that, because the game asks you multiple times if you want to just turn the combat off entirely and just not do it, as the game lets you choose between battle mode, where you do the fights, a novel mode, where they just describe the fight in the visual novel style the rest of the game has, and a mixed mode, which is just both, for those that don't want to miss anything. The only downside to turning off the combat is that you can miss out on some of the trophies and achievements, but I'm playing the Switch version, so I don't even think that actually matters for me. Oh yeah, this game is available on most consoles, which is pretty cool. I know a lot of the games I cover in these videos are only on PC. Alright, so let's quickly recap.
Yeah, well,
the story
PC
takes a while
is
to get
king.
going, and the combat is unsubtly unfun, so do I recommend Lotus Reverie First Nexus? I honestly do. The general premise and sense of intrigue once the story gets going is legitimately compelling, and I was really excited to see where it goes and how it ends up. The mystery alone of trying to guess who's a tulpa and who isn't makes it particularly engaging. But one last thing I feel I should clarify is that First Nexus subtitle, because this game does end pretty openly. Don't get me wrong, you get closure on some stuff, but there's clearly more planned for the Lotus Reverie world. The only real word on Second Nexus I was able to find was through a Patreon post from the developer mentioning it that was dated only a few months after the launch of the first game. As of right now, over 3 years later, there doesn't seem to be a Steam page or much indicating that Second Nexus is still happening. If it does, I'll absolutely pick it up and maybe even talk about it on a future entry in the series. Hopefully it'll have better combat.
That is a little
Next up is Dark
disappointing.
Blood Chronicles from Homage and Blossomsoft, which technically came out in December of 2013, but according to the dev, it was only available for about a month before it got pulled. The game came back with a Kickstarter page in 2014 that described it as an old-school RPG inspired by Persona, Parasite Eve, Shadow Hearts, and Clock Tower. The point of this Kickstarter was just to help fund visual improvements to an already finished project, but it only raised $369 out of a roughly
You
$11,000
suck
goal.
major
before it
dick, you can just
However, the
grind
fully
in
finished and visually enhanced version of the game did eventually come out in
and be
November
the
of
best
2017 and is
that no
available
one
on Steam,
can.
which is the version I'm playing for this video.
I mean,
You play
yeah.
as Samantha, a young girl who goes to school one day only to find it totally abandoned and filled with monsters. With the help of her friend Ethan, the two fight their way through the school, solve a weird series of statue puzzles that seems really out of place for a high school setting, and eventually get sent to the Dark Realm by one of their classmates, a girl named Sin. Once in the Dark Realm, the two teens get separated, and Sam finds herself on a vague hero's journey to accept the power of warrior souls based on the Zodiac, and eventually take down an evil entity and presumably save the Dark Realm. The Kickstarter mentions a Persona comparison, but I think this title is much closer in scope to Shin Megami Tensei, especially SMT If, with the narrative themes of having a classmate send you from a school setting to a dark demon-infested realm. Except for,
that
oh
was
yeah,
just
the part where Sam
positive,
can
huh?
straight up summon a persona, like they actually call it a persona. Aside from Samantha and Ethan, you also have Eon, a mysterious woman inhabiting the Dark Realm that Sam meets shortly after arriving. Even though you only have these 3 party members, a minor complaint that I have is you never have all 3 characters together until pretty late into the game. But a feature that I love is the Monster Tome, which allows you to have a 4th party member in the form of a familiar, and this is essentially the game's version of demon collecting. Most of these monsters have static movesets and equipment, and a kind of annoying thing where none of them can attack. They all just have to use a skill to do it, but there's a lot of variety here. Some of the familiars you get from finding them in different dungeons or encountering them on the overworld map. Others you may get from leveling up one familiar until it kind of basically evolves, but an aspect I really like is that you don't lose access to the old one when this happens. And then there's one familiar you get just from buying the game on Steam and booting up a new file. Creator of the game just flat out gives it to you.
Thank you, I deserve this.
Because there are so many different familiars in the game, you're definitely likely to find one that you like, whether it's for their design, or their moveset, or whatever. I know this Minotaur saved my butt more than once, and kinda spoiler warning I guess, but you can even unlock Sin herself if you want someone with a bit more narrative weight. Obviously, these familiars don't have as much personality as your main party members, heck, they don't even really have any battle animations or victory poses like your main cast, but you'll probably find yourself attacking them all the same. I know I
Just
did, and I really
static
did enjoy
pose.
this. As far as the actual combat goes, it's fine, it's pretty standard, all things considered. You have normal attacks, and then you have like techniques and abilities. It does do this one thing I'm not a huge fan of, where it separates your skills into different menus, but it's never like, oh, one menu is physical attacks and one is magic attacks, and I'll admit sometimes I just had trouble remembering which menu certain skills were under. The game uses an ATB
It
system, except
reminds me
battles
of, like,
freeze
the
on your
skill
turn
of
anyway,
magic
which
in
actually defeats the
SMT2.
point of an ATB system. It's more of a get really annoyed and frustrated when every single enemy gets a turn right before your bar finishes filling up system. Like, look, I don't hate ATB combat, but I think Dark Blood Chronicles misses the mark on what makes that style work, and it should have either gone all the way to do it right, or just stick with regular turns. Like I want to be clear, it's not bad or anything, it's just not doing it any favors. One part of the combat that I do really like is Sam's soul system. You can equip different souls in order to learn new moves by acquiring special points after battles. You can only use the moves associated with a soul when you have it on Sam, but once you max it out, you can visit a fortune teller who will lock the skills onto you, so you can use them even if you put on a different soul. However, you can only do that with 3 mastered souls at a time. Basically, this allows for a lot of customization option for Sam's moveset, and since the souls can also affect her elemental weaknesses or resistances, it's a good idea to think hard about which ones you want to keep on and which skills you want to unlock through the fortune teller. By the way, I recommend always having some healing spells on Sam because some of the enemies in this game hit like a truck. Visually speaking, Dark Blood Chronicles has this distinct style that I'll admit tickles a certain pleasure area of my brain. It's like a blend of Top Cow comics with Gaia Online. All 3 of the main characters are visually distinct, and most of the familiars are unique enough that, again, I'm sure you can find one that you love for their design.
It does
I
look
do wish that the
like
characters
almost
have
like an
facial markers when they
RPG
speak. It
Maker
seems really
game,
weird
just
to me
with
that
the
they don't,
characters
since
are
they do
just
all have
taller.
character art, and the screenshots of the old version of the game from that Kickstarter I mentioned has portraits. Regarding the world, though, I found nearly all the locations have a nice dark horror vibe, whether it's underground catacombs or creepy churches or war-torn battlefields. Even the main town has this gothic aesthetic that I really enjoyed. Honestly, with how much many of the areas in the Dark Realm are fleshed out, one of my biggest complaints is that all of the battles take place in this empty grid void. It feels less gothic horror and more Mega Man Battle Network. Almost every dungeon in the game has different types of puzzles, and most of these are perfectly fine. But toward the end of the game, they do start going with some of my least favorite dungeon tropes in games, like pitfalls and teleporters, so yeah, some of them got a bit old for me after a while. The music in this game is pretty great, with a lot of ambient tracks mixed with some good rock music. Honestly, I was a huge fan of the overworld theme, which made looking for secrets a lot more enjoyable. And also, there's this fun little guitar riff whenever you get pulled into a battle. Dark Blood Chronicles has multiple endings depending on your dialogue choices and how much your party members actually like you. While the game is decently long, which may have you wondering whether or not you'd want to play through it again to see any of the other endings, I found out that with enough patience, money for items, and a bit of saving and reloading, you can see all 5 endings without needing to beat the entire game again, so that's pretty cool. Overall, I found myself enjoying Dark Blood Chronicles. It provides a good sense of world building, and the characters, while nothing too special, help keep the plot moving, and it's fun to learn about the rules of this realm and what your actions are building toward alongside Sam herself. The game is only $10, and I think it offers more than enough to make it worth the price of admission. Exodus Checkmate is a game that comes to us from Brazilian studio Ninja de Lua. It was released episodically, with the first chapter coming out in August 2022, and the final chapter launching quite recently in June of 2024. As stated in many tweets from the developer themselves, the game takes inspiration from Shin Megami Tensei, Persona, and also Mary Skelter for any fans of that particular series.
What is
I've never
Mary
played it myself.
Skelter? I haven't heard
Perhaps
of
what I
that.
found the most surprising and intriguing about Exodus Checkmate is that instead of taking inspiration from the social elements of Personas 3, 4, 5, they actually claim Persona 1 as the main inspiration, and I could definitely see that, and not just because it's a first-person dungeon crawler. The game takes place in a sealed-off school, and all of the dungeons are these pocket dimensions called game boards that you can access through rifts that open up in the school. Every world has a ruler that you need to defeat, and it reminds me a lot of the Snow Queen quest, which is one of my favorite Persona stories. You play as Rei, who is sleeping in class one day and is bestowed upon the Black King. You quickly team up with Quinn, who has the Queen piece, and as you continue to work your way through the game, you'll unlock other girls who each take the form of a specific chess piece. And before you ask, yes, because this is a game where you're the lone guy in a party full of distinct and unique hotties, of course there are some social mechanics, affection events throughout the dungeon, and romance options for your favorite girl.
Nice.
I like Sheila. She's tiny and snarky, and her being the pawn piece makes her feel like the underdog, but hey, you choose whichever girl you like best. Just so you know, apparently a lot of folks agree with me that she's the best, because even the dev told me that like half the people he's talked to love Sheila.
That's for sure. But he's a man of culture.
I already mentioned that you visit these game boards through rifts called gates, and they all have their own themes, puzzles, and things to discover. While your initial goal is to learn who the king of each board is and defeat them, you can always revisit the worlds to unlock new events or find secrets. Battles, like the dungeons, are all first person, and this game has a pretty interesting take on magic and skills. There's no MP or SP in this game, but every spell has a cooldown period. So if you use Quinn's fire spell, you'll have to wait 2 turns before you can use it again. However, Exodus Checkmate has its own ideas for the classic Megami Tensei advantage system. Hitting an enemy with a spell they're weak against will lower the cooldown period, but hitting them with something they repel or drain will lengthen it. Of course, even things like healing spells have a cooldown period, so I'm gonna give this game credit for being an RPG where I actually get a lot more use out of items than I usually do. You've also got super powerful check moves that you can activate after filling up this gauge, and these are usually really powerful attacks, good healing spells, buffs, and other helpful abilities. Now, regarding the
'cause
visuals,
it's
I
chess.
love the visuals in this game. I adore these character designs and the artwork. Like, all of the party members look great. The antagonists all have distinct designs, and even the monsters are fantastic, with some very fun and memorable takes on mythological figures that would look right at home in a Megaton game. Even the minimap is vibrant and has that Danganronpa blood pink that makes it pop in a way that really works, and the game's UI has a lot of visual flair that I can't help but appreciate. A common problem I have with a lot of first-person dungeon crawlers is they just have this issue where a lot of the dungeons feel too samey. But Exodus Checkmate doesn't really have that.
Back
There's more
rooms.
lush jungles, skeleton-filled prisons, the inner workings of a computer. Because each game board comes from the thoughts and feelings of the king who rules it, there are plenty of distinct regions to encounter as you work your way through the game's 5 chapters. Now, I will admit there are a couple of small issues here and there. For example, the game was originally in Portuguese, so if you're playing the English version, you will encounter a fair amount of typos and grammatical errors, and in some cases a few lines that just didn't get translated at all, but you can still usually piece together what's going on well enough. There are also some issues with the minimap where it doesn't update as you explore, and will eventually just explode into fully mapped areas. So, admittedly, it can be a bit tough to figure out where you have or haven't already been. Though that issue kinda goes away on its own after the first few dungeons, it's admittedly a little bit bizarre. Either way, I recommend zooming the minimap out if you plan to even remotely keep track of where you're going. Overall, though, I really liked Exodus Checkmate. It's a little rough in places, but the places where it shines are absolutely phenomenal, and I can't praise them enough. I really like the chess motif used throughout the game, and it does a good job making all the characters and their dungeon crawling designs feel really unique. The game does a nice job of characterizing the kings of the game boards, even the ones you may not spend a lot of time interacting with. With a unique cast of characters, fantastic art and use of color, and an engaging turn-based battle system, Exodus Checkmate is a game I can highly recommend and think is well worth checking out for yourself. It's only on itch.io right now and not on Steam or anything, but that shouldn't stop you from giving it a go and letting the developer know what you thought of it. It's a smaller studio, but I was really impressed with what they put out here. Now, bear with me, but the next game I want to talk about is Kalina Hands in the Kitchen from Lakeview Interactive, which came out in 2016 after a successful Kickstarter campaign that described it as a visual novel/restaurant sim hybrid inspired by Persona 4 and Hot Dog Stand of the Works. I'm playing the game on Steam because even though one of the trailers said the game was coming to the Xbox One, I'm not sure that it ever actually did.
I don't care.
Also, I don't own an Xbox One. In Kalina, you play as recent culinary school graduate Chris Carlson, or as I named him, Ratatouille Moneybags. And would you believe that I already have something to complain about on the very first screen? The game says that it's Friday, February 17th, 2015, and devs, February 17th, 2015?
It was Tuesday.
I know that's a super nitpicky complaint, but it would have been such an easy detail to get right that I'm just kind of confused. Don't worry though, I'm sure I won't dwell on it too much. So as the Kickstarter description said, Kalina is a blend of restaurant management and social sim. You'll need to go buy ingredients from a range of meats, vegetables, and spices, and then make recipes consisting of at least one ingredient, but a max of only one per category. This is a pretty fun system where you can customize and even name your dishes, as well as decide how much of a markup you're going to put on them. Toward the start of the game, your dishes are going to be super simplistic, like pork belly with salt and pepper, or a limited time only item that I put on the menu that I called just breadcrumbs. That'll be $10. Your early guests aren't looking to spend a lot of money, but you still need to turn a profit, and ingredients are stupid expensive in this world. $3.20 for a carrot? F you, Paul. I'm glad your ex who runs the spice shop broke up with you. $4.96 for a single bulb of garlic? F you, Lisa. I'm glad you broke up with Paul. Wait. Besides those two lovable characters, you've also got Claire, the short stack who runs the butcher shop, Katie, the head server at your restaurant, and lastly, I'm excited to let you all know that this game features Dante. Not from the Devil May Cry series or anything, it's just a guy named Dante.
Just
While
Dante.
each day has multiple time periods, you can only hang out with one person per day in a social link-esque system. Because of this limitation, it is legitimately impossible to max out everyone's links in a single go. So you're gonna just want to focus on 2 or 3 characters in a given run, and probably only emphasize one character to actually try to max out. However, it's not a bad idea to get closer to the shopkeepers, as they do offer discounts on ingredients at certain levels of friendliness. But I guess the main question to ask is, are these social links any good? How do I feel about these characters? Truthfully, most of them range from fine to pretty solid. Dante is stoic, so it's nice seeing him open up a bit. Claire is super flirtatious, and she's got moxie. And Paul is constantly sleepy. Hashtag relatable. Honestly, I think the worst character in the entire game is actually the protagonist. He's pissy, he's childish, and he's even pretty mean-spirited at times. I specifically went for the platonic route with Claire because the protagonist constantly compares her to his ex, and frankly, I think Claire deserves better than the guy we were playing as. Oh yeah, and you can also hang out with your ex, but like, I didn't, because why would I do that? So I don't have any footage of that. At the end of each week, you're required to have a certain amount of money on hand, so as the game progresses and these thresholds get higher, you'll eventually need to focus on spending money to expand your restaurant seating capacity and advertisements to draw in more and different types of customers, on top of buying the world's most expensive artichokes. You can also spend time raising your unique cooking traits, like healthiness or creativity, but you absolutely do not need to. Like, at all. I will admit I had a bit of trouble accomplishing some of these goals at first, and that was even using the Moneybags cheat at the start of the game. Even if you meet all the thresholds, you can still get what feels like a bad or unsatisfying ending by not growing close enough to any of the characters, on top of accomplishing the business objectives. The main goal at the end of Kalina is to try and impress a food critic, and you've really got to bring your A game if you're going to pull that off. But I want to impress the critic because she's hot, and I kind of want to give her a smooch. By now, I can probably guess what some of you are asking. How the heck is this game anything like Persona? And truthfully, I think that's a fair question. In fact, one of the big reasons why I wanted to talk about Kalina today was actually to try and make a point. While I can definitely see how Persona's calendar system, traits, deadlines, and social events were inspirations for many of the mechanics in this game, I think we can all agree that there are certain themes, elements, or ideas that we kind of expect from a game that claims to be inspired by Persona. And Kalina Hands in the Kitchen, while by no means a bad game for it, just doesn't really have those. In my last video, I talked about Woodsalt, which was also primarily inspired by Persona in the form of its social mechanics. In fact, the devs actively bragged about that game's lack of RPG or battle mechanics. However, Woodsalt took place on a space colony over 1,000 years in the future after Earth was attacked by SMT-style demons, so I feel like it still had some semblance of that blend of mundane yet fanciful that I look for in this type of game. The closest I can really say that Kalina comes to matching that type of energy is that Claire named her dog Garm after the Norse myth, and that much like in a real Persona game, the hottest character that I'm the most attracted to is not a viable romance option. Oh yeah, and after you beat the game for the first time, you unlock Kalina, the Spirit of Cooking, which was a prequel game that came out before Hands in the Kitchen. This game shows off your protagonist while he's in culinary school, his friendship with Paul, and Paul's relationship with Lisa and stuff. It's a good little prequel story. However, this one doesn't have any restaurant management or social elements and is purely a visual novel, so I won't dwell on it too much as it doesn't really have that Persona inspiration. But once again, I have issues with the calendar. This one starts on Friday, August 9th, 2013, which is accurate, but the story jumps around and quickly stops making any sense, like skipping to Saturday the 18th, which was a Sunday, Tuesday, February 17th, 2015, which is correct, but if you'll recall, was the day that Hands in the Kitchen supposedly started, and then it shows the protagonist graduating on Thursday, February 17th, 2016, you know, the 1-year anniversary of the start of Hands in the Kitchen, and also February 17th, 2016 was a Wednesday, and then it immediately jumps backwards in time to February 2nd, 2015, which was a Monday, even though this game says Thursday, and it follows up on events that we just saw happen in 2016, and I'm sorry, I know this is a long rant, but I seriously cannot imagine it would have been that hard to consult a calendar when putting this timeline together. However, you know what, I will say this, if Kalina is actually dealing with restaurant management, social elements, and time paradoxes, I may have to rethink my doesn't have any themes or ideas I expect from a Persona-type story stance. I want to re-emphasize that I don't think Kalina Hands in the Kitchen is a bad game. In fact, I think the game manages to do a pretty good job balancing the restaurant mechanics for those who don't usually like the monotony of a straight visual novel, without making that system too overbearing and fast-paced for those that prefer these straight visual novels. And for those of you that don't want a straight visual novel, you can date Dante if you want. It's a perfectly fine little experience with decent characters, good music, and a solid, albeit simplistic storyline. I may not find myself saying, oh man, if you like Persona 4, you're gonna love Kalina Hands in the Kitchen. But if you like restaurant management games and think
honestly,
the social mechanics are a welcome addition to that, you
game.
might like it for what it is. I've honestly put way more hours than I initially expected into the game, and I've even beaten it a few times to try and see different character endings. Man, this game just made me wish that there was some sort of restaurant management game with social elements that did capture the sort of stuff we usually want from Persona. Like, how cool would that be? Like, if only something like that existed. If only. If only. I mean, if only someone would just make a game like that. Affogato by Chinese developer Beefun Studio and published by Spiral Up Games is exactly that. Okay, you run a coffee shop instead of a restaurant, but beyond that, it is everything I was hoping for. Look, I usually try not to give away too many of my thoughts too early in these sections, but let me just
I
say
like
this.
these character
Affogato came out
designs.
just last year in summer of 2023, and if I'd known about this game and played it back then, not only would it have been in like top 10 games of the year, it probably would have been my number one. No offense, Dangerous, the room is so triumphant. The only thing is, I was debating for a bit if this game was actually eligible for this video. Sure, if you search around for Affogato and Persona, you're gonna find plenty of game journalism pieces making the comparison, or tweets talking about it, or even videos from other Megaten creators, but I wasn't able to find much from someone actually involved with the game making the comparison. Until I stumbled upon a Reddit Q&A from the publisher where they said, one of our inspirations were story-heavy games like Persona 5, and that's good enough for me. You play as the titular Affogato, not to be confused with the Italian dessert combining espresso and gelato, but rather a red-headed witch that— Oh, sorry, my bad. A magenta-headed witch that opens up a coffee shop called Witchery with her demon partner, Mephisto. The game operates on a calendar system that's divided into 2 main time periods, and you can do specific things during each one. Maybe you want to run your coffee shop so you can earn some extra money and pay your rent on time. Maybe you want to go out and explore the city, find someone to talk to, and raise your relationship with them. Or raise one of your social stats so that you're able to form closer bonds with some of those characters.
Yep,
or maybe you want to activate your witch senses and purge the inner demons from possessed people using the distinct spirits of the tarot deck in a fun and engaging reverse tower defense game that's super good and incredibly rewarding. Like seriously, this is fun. I like this. I've said time and time again that I believe Atlas could make a perfectly good Megami Tensei game out of any genre, so it's always really cool to me when I see these indie games try something we don't usually see from that franchise, whether it's tower defense, visual novel, or yes, even a restaurant management sim. You have limited resources at the start of each fight, so you need to choose your units carefully as they explore the board, but you also need to choose the order you deploy them in carefully, because each familiar in your tarot deck has specific abilities. Some can attack while others can't, others can help collect resources, and some will provide beneficial buffs like healing your units or boosting their defense.
I partnered with Adobe Photoshop to teach you how I created this image.
That's nice.
Affogato and Mephisto need to investigate peculiar happenings going on in the city, which are usually related to demonic possession, like the first major character being a seemingly unpopular transfer student who used a demon's powers to become the most popular girl in school. You need to spend certain periods investigating different areas and hunting down the right information before you can take on the big bad demon in an engaging boss fight. Of course, you only have a finite amount of time to look into these events and take care of it all, but you also need to earn enough money to pay the rent on your shop, so there's a pretty nice balancing act when it comes to your time. At least in theory. See, you earn so much more money from combat than you do from running the shop that I personally didn't see much reason to use one of my precious time slots to open Witchery for the day. You do have a nice selection of customers that come into your shop, and it's cool to get to know them over the course of the game. One minor complaint I have is that early on, the game doesn't really warn you what will or won't take up your time. For example, one evening, I was all set to go take care of a story-related mission, but then I saw someone I knew and was like, okay, I'll see what they have to say. But that conversation automatically roped me into a social event that took up the rest of my evening. Then I tried to go take care of that mission again during the next time period, but when I finished it during the day, it basically skipped my evening time slot and took me straight to the night. Because you only have such a finite amount of time to do things, it was a little frustrating not knowing what would end up eating my available slots. But overall, yeah, I adored this game. The visual charm is a huge part of that. I love the performances of the Chinese actors. It made me feel all warm and fuzzy seeing all the different coffee drinks that you can make. I even enjoy the simplistic minigame of actually making the drinks by dragging ingredients and using the machines. I like that you can dress Affogato in different outfits, and it even changes her dialogue portrait. Overall, I love the relaxing elements of the coffee shop, and just seeing all the different coffee options felt great.
Honestly, I don't think any of these games would work for 2 days.
So yeah, absolutely love this game. Highly recommend it if you haven't heard of it until now. Like I said before, I honestly wish I'd known about this game sooner. This was a really great time for me, and yeah, it doesn't hurt that most of the cast, much like Exodus Checkmate, is comprised of cute girls. And Dr. House for some reason. Alright, and there we go. 5 more Megami Tensei inspired indie games. What did you think about this particular lineup? If any of these games sound interesting to you, I've included links to all of them in the video description. Please feel free to check them out and show the developers some love.
Alright, well, that was nice. Yeah, alright, I gotta figure out what to do for tomorrow. What can I do? What can I do? What game can I play? Let me check my Steam library. Let me see if there's something I can find that can work for 2 days. Let's see. Let's see, we got Uno. We got... Oh, I do have the Hiragami demo. Damn. I could do the Hiragami demo. That could last a day, probably. Did you like any of them? I mean, some of them seem interesting, but again, it's just like, it's not, I don't think any, the ones that seem interesting, I don't know if I could beat, doesn't seem like I could beat them in 2 days. It's more like, those are neat games that I could play eventually. Let's see, what else? I mean, I did get the Hiragami demo. That could take a day. And then I would just need something else that would take a day. What is game? Oh, this is Infinite Fusions, I see. Mark 10. Okay, maybe a bit less than 10. That would mean I'd have to do 5 hours. If it was like 8 to 10, that'd probably be a bit better. But yeah, somewhere around the 10-hour mark, I guess. Because, what's this?
It's not.
Well, I've already watched most of this.
Whatever you can create.
One day. All right, hold on.
Tired of starting RPGs you never finish? Let's fix that. Today, I've got a list of killer RPGs that won't steal your whole weekend, but still hit hard with story, gameplay, and vibes.
I
Whether
have
you've only got one day off,
Bastion.
or just want a quick RPG hit, this video is packed with games you can actually finish in a single day.
Ain't so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world got all twisted. Leave him.
Bastion dropped back in 2011 and instantly stood out.
Yeah,
It
I
wasn't
have
just another
Bastion
gaming RPG, it had
actually.
soul,
It
style,
was on
and one of the most
sale.
unique narrators gaming had seen at the time. You play as a kid wandering through a world that's literally falling apart, piecing it back together one shattered chunk at a time. Every step you take rebuilds the ground beneath your feet. And one of the coolest things about Bastion is how the narrator reacts to everything you do. He's not just telling a pre-written story, he's commenting on your choices in real time. Fall off the map, he'll mention it. Pick a certain weapon, he's got something to say. It gives the whole game this feeling of being handcrafted just for you, like you're part of a storybook that's being written as you go. The world's been hit by a disaster called the Calamity, and your goal is to collect these core fragments to power up a safe haven known as the Bastion. Along the way, you'll fight off mutated creatures, unlock a solid arsenal of weapons, and get pulled deeper into a mystery about what caused everything to collapse in the first place. The combat feels tight and snappy, with real-time action that keeps you moving and thinking on your feet. You've got melee weapons like hammers and machetes, ranged gear like bows and muskets, and each one handles differently enough to keep things interesting. You can dodge, block, and even customize your loadout between missions to fit your style.
So you
The
know
game
it's
also
gotta be
rewards
good.
experimenting, since you can upgrade each weapon in different ways, giving you plenty of room to experiment and a killer soundtrack that hit.
She's starting to get annoying.
The Outer Worlds.
Launched in 2019, The Outer Worlds made waves fast. It's a compact sci-fi RPG that pulls you into a broken galaxy, run by shady corporations and wild factions, each trying to outplay the other for control. You wake up on a colony ship after decades of sleep and get thrown right into the mess, making choices that actually shape the story in real time. Each faction keeps track of how you act, and your reputation with them can totally shift how missions play out, or even what missions you get. Help one group, and you might lock yourself out of another. And it's not just about being good or evil. It's about picking sides in a world that doesn't really have clean answers. The game nails that retro-futuristic vibe, with planets full of weird creatures, abandoned doesn't feel rushed or abilities tied to your plot. You can tweak your plot is loaded with personality. The first Fable game still holds a special place in the hearts of a lot of RPG fans. It's got that perfect mix of charm, choice, and chaos that made it stand out back in the early 2000s.
Wait,
you play as a young orphan thrown into a world that's
day?
way bigger and messier than he's ready for. As you grow and train in the Heroes Guild, the game lets you shape your path with real decisions that change how people react to you and how the story plays out. Become a noble protector or a total menace. It's up to you. The combat hits that sweet spot between action and RPG. You can slash enemies up close, shoot from a distance, or tap into magic for crowd control and flashy effects. And switching between styles is smooth, so you're never locked into one way of playing. As you earn experience, you can upgrade strength, skill, or will, which lets you hit harder. Aim shows your choice. The humor, whole main story.
Parasite Eve.
Released in the late 90s, Parasite Eve throws you straight into a bizarre and terrifying version of New York City. You play as Aya Brea, a young New York PD who witnesses one of the most disturbing moments in gaming right at the start. A night at the opera that literally goes up in flames, and that was just the beginning. Over the next 6 in-game days, you're chasing down a mysterious woman named Eve, who's causing people to spontaneously combust. Yeah, it's that weird and that awesome. This game blends survival horror and RPG mechanics in a way that was way ahead of its time. The combat system feels like a mix between turn-based planning and real-time action, where positioning actually matters. You don't just stand around trading hits, you move, dodge, and plan while the enemy's attacking. Combine that with a creepy atmosphere, haunting music, and strong character development, and you've got something that stands out even today. Another cool detail is the weapon customization. You don't just find stronger guns, you upgrade and tweak them using tools to transfer stats and abilities from one weapon to another. You can turn a basic pistol into something that hits like a shotgun, or add effects like poison or burst fire. It feels way more flexible than most RPG systems from that era, and it adds a deeper layer to every fight. On top of that, Aya's powers evolve over time thanks to her mitochondria abilities, and they give you access to skills that feel close to
Mitochondria is the
magic and
powerhouse
science.
of
You
the
can heal
cell.
yourself, boost your stats, or unleash powerful area attacks, and these abilities get stronger the more you use them. The whole story wraps up in about 10 hours, so if you've got a PlayStation 1 lying around, this one deserves a spot in your collection. And if not, well, emulation's always an option. Quick break. If you're enjoying the ride so far, hit that like button. It's fun and seriously helpful. We're just getting started.
In the land of Zara, the humans of Kupa Cave struggle to
South Park.
If you're short on time but still want a game that'll leave you laughing and totally hooked, South Park: The Stick of Truth is a no-brainer. This RPG doesn't just borrow the look and feel of the show. It is the show, packed with the same wild humor, ridiculous plot. Apparently holds the power to
Yeah,
control
I've
its head,
never
but some weapons pulled
watched
straight out
South
to the sweet
Park.
spot or made sound effects works best and entertaining. Mass Effect is one of those RPGs that left a permanent mark on
Wait,
the genre.
you can beat
The first
Mass
game might not
Effect
be
in
the
a
most polished of the
day?
trilogy, but it set the tone for something much bigger. You step into the boots of Commander Shepard, a soldier caught in a massive intergalactic crisis involving ancient machines called Reapers that want to wipe out all advanced life in the galaxy. What makes Mass Effect stand out isn't just the sci-fi setting or the epic stakes. It's the way it blends action, decision-making, and storytelling. The choices you make actually matter, shaping how the galaxy sees you and how the story unfolds in future games. And even your squad can change depending on how you handle certain missions. And instead of picking
Wait,
walls
how
of text,
long
you
is
choose the
each
tone and
Mass
Shepard delivers the
Effect
line in their
game?
own voice. The game also tracks your morality with Paragon and Renegade points, which unlock new dialogue options depending on how you've been acting. And it's not just cosmetic either. These choices can change relationships, open or close mission paths, and sometimes decide who lives or dies. The combat in the first Mass Effect mixes third-person shooting with a squad-based system that gives you some tactical control. You can pause or disable it.
Tesla's stock is crashing. The headlines say
Oh,
Elon's
no,
empire
Tesla's
is
crashing.
collapsing. But
How-
what if
How tragic.
Released back in 1996, Suikoden might look like just another retro RPG at
True
first glance,
game is you
but it quickly
killing
proves it's
them
playing a much bigger
all.
game.
That's all.
Inspired by an ancient Chinese novel,
Yeah,
the story
no,
grows
we
into the
just
middle of a
play
crumbling empire.
genocide
You take
route
control of a young warrior,
Undertale.
the son of a respected general, who finds himself on the run from the very government he once served. What makes Suikoden so special is the scale. Over the course of the game, you recruit a massive army of 108 characters. Not just random faces either. Each one has a story, a reason to join the fight, and a role to play. You build your own rebel base,
You're
command
telling me
large-scale
that I can
battles,
recruit
and slowly watch
108
revolutions
characters
take
in a
shape. And as you
day?
recruit more characters, the play starts to change. Shops open up, blacksmiths improve your weapons, new rooms unlock, and sometimes you'll just stumble into fun little moments with your crew. It makes every new recruit feel important.
I
Not
don't
just in
think
battle,
there's a game
but
where
in
you could
shaping the
recruit
world around you.
108
Watching your hideout
people
turn
and
into a
beat it
full-blown
in a
headquarters is one of
day.
the most satisfying parts
Unless
of the whole
by
game.
beating a day, it's
Besides
like,
the
yeah,
classic
you could
turn-based
beat
battles,
it in
the game
like
throws in one-on-one duels and
20
full-blown
hours.
The duels feel like mini-mind games where you try to read your opponent's next move, and the war battles let you deploy units across the battlefield, giving you a sense of strategy and scale that most RPGs from that era didn't even attempt. Sure, the combat is pretty straightforward, but what Suikoden lacks in flashy mechanics, it makes up for in depth, emotion, and world building. The twists keep coming, and the political drama unfolds in a way that feels way ahead of its time, and you can wrap up the main campaign in about 20 hours. Which makes it perfect for players looking for something meaningful without getting stuck in a 100-hour
20 hours. Yeah, you can beat it in a day. I think when they say beat in a day, it literally is like, yeah, it's less than 24 hours long.
Back in the 90s, something weird and magical happened, and Nintendo and Square teamed up and dropped what would become one of the most unexpected hits on the Super Nintendo. Yeah, I'm talking about Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars.
This is
It's not just
also
a quirky
another
Mario
one that's
spin-off.
like,
Updating the visuals and special
20
literally
hours.
crashes into Bowser's castle and shatters the
I
star
actually
road,
think it's
throwing
like-
the whole world this extra layer of timing at their own flair too, and it holds up in around 12 hours. No grinding
Yeah,
marathons or
12.
endless side quests, just pure polished RPG goodness that's easy to pick up and hard to put down.
Imagine making a game for months just so some asswife can say I beat it in a day.
Set in a crumbling city
I mean,
drenched in mystery
there's
and
also games like,
Vader's
okay,
story
Metal
throws you
Gear
into a dark
Rising
political thriller
Revengeance,
where
where it's
nothing
just
is
like,
what it
yeah, that game
seems.
was
You play
just
as Ashley
peak
Wood,
for
a mysterious
8
witch who investigates
hours.
a mysterious cult in the ruined city of Liamont after a
9
high-ranking
hours.
official
I
is
think it took me
assassinated.
like 9
What
hours
starts
to
as a
beat.
simple mission quickly spirals into something much deeper, filled with conspiracies, supernatural forces, and Ashley's own fractured memories. Vagrant stories strip out typical RPG systems like towns, shops, or friendly NPCs. There's no economy to manage, no side quests to pick up from chatty villagers. It's just you alone in this massive haunted city, digging deeper into its secrets. The combat is real-time with a twist. You pause the action to target specific body parts using a sphere-shaped aiming system. But the real depth comes from chaining hits together with perfect timing. You can stack insane damage if you're quick, but chain too much and your risk skyrockets, lowering your accuracy and increasing the chance of critical hits against you. It's unlike anything else from that era and still feels bold today. But what really pushes the gameplay deeper is the crafting system. You don't just find better weapons, you build them, break them down, and fuse parts to create something stronger. Every weapon and piece of gear has affinities tied to enemy types and elements, so crafting the right loadout for each area makes a huge difference. It can get pretty obsessive, and trust me, especially when you're trying to squeeze out just a bit more damage or resistance. Despite its depth, Vagrant story can be wrapped up in under 24 hours. And
Yeah.
trust me, once it hooks you, you won't want to stop until it's over.
Yeah, you can beat it in a day. Well, that's nice. It's fucking Oko. Oh, there's a Final
Crystal
Fantasy
Chronicles is one of those games that doesn't follow the usual formula, and that's exactly why it stands out. Instead of turn-based battles and world-saving heroes with complicated hairstyles, you join a small caravan of travelers trying to keep their village alive. The world is covered in a deadly miasma, and the only way to survive is by collecting drops of a magical substance called
Let me
myrrh to
check.
fuel
What
protective
was
crystals. What makes the
the
game special
playtime
isn't just
for
the skill.
Bastion?
Combat feels tight and snappy, enough to keep things different. Look at. Gee, that's still.
She's starting to get annoying.
You can wrap it up in about 6 hours, making it a perfect pick for a one-sitting RPG that still leaves an impact.
6 hours. Oh, okay. If it's 6 hours, I could beat it in one day. And then actually, yeah, I could like do the Hiragami demo another day. 6 hours, damn, yeah. I mean, yeah, okay. I think I'll play Bastion tomorrow. No. No, I will play with my own. Thank you very much. Alright. Yeah, I got Bastion. Actually, what was that other game? There was another Supergiant Games game that was where is it? I also bought this on sale. Transistor. How long, what is the playtime for Transistor? Transistor. All these RPGs and you choose another game like this. Hey, considered Bastion to be an RPG, so Transistor game time. Between 6 and 9 hours. Okay, so Transistor is also one that you may be able to beat in a day. Okay, so might as well tell me you're playing Dead Cells. Okay, what the hell? I'm not playing Dead Cells. Actually, I haven't played it at all yet because I haven't really had much time. But I mean, apparently, hell, you don't like it when I play roguelikes. If you were fine with that, I would fucking like play Balatro or some shit. Like, actually, I haven't touched Balatro. Actually, the game I've been playing right now is like Dicey Dungeon. That's a roguelike I've been playing on like the Switch 2 just casually. I don't really think it'd make a good stream game though. What's the playtime for Tunic? There's some games that are fun to watch and others that are fun to play. True. 12 hours. Yeah, that's not happening. I'm not going to play for 6 hours back to back. I mean, if I'm able to play on Friday, that'd be possible. Thursday, I mean, that'd be possible, but I don't want to bank on that. But yeah. Alright. I heard Firewatch was also a pretty short game, but I know you don't want me to play that. I play World of Warcraft and ran for 10 hours for items. It's fun for me. Is it fun for you? You know, it's not fun to watch, but I mean, there's a difference. It's just that you're not watching, like with these games, you're not watching me grind. I do not play World of Warcraft. That's good to know. I mean, you already play League. It's good to know that you at least have like some sanity remaining. But yeah. But all right, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I made out with my pillow for 24 hours on stream. For 24 hours, you get tired pretty. I'd get tired of that. Doing that pretty fast. But yeah. All right then. I've decided what I'm doing tomorrow. What if I don't want sex for 2 days straight? Wasn't there a lady where her whole thing was like she was gonna have sex with 100 guys in one day? I remember that was a. I remember hearing about that. I was like, she almost was. I think she had to. No, what was it? Oh no! Right, it was 1,000. Right, it was 1,000. I was like, what the fuck? How do you do that in a day? Whole bunch of guys are in the room. Yeah, I know. I've heard. I saw. Yeah, I saw fucking Mice Critical talking about it. Yeah, all right. That's gonna be all for today. I'll play Bastion tomorrow, unless I figure out something else to play. In which case, I'll play that. I make no promises for what I do. I will probably. I should be able to stream tomorrow. Yes. Yes. No, I'm going to sleep. You're right. It is tomorrow. Good night, Lifey. Sleeping is bad for you. Trust me, bro. That's a nice argument to send, but why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the fuck up. But yeah, Ace Attorney was fun. These games are fucking stupid. But man, it's hilarious. Alright then. Sleep time. Good night. Maya needs to be kept in a cage so she doesn't get accused of murder or kidnapped again. No. Wake up. I don't know why, but whenever you do that, I don't know why specifically. Like, the way you're doing it, it reminds me of fucking in Whole Cake Island when it's right before they're gonna crash the wedding and Luffy is asleep and Jinbei is like, "You need to wake up." It's like, "Wake up, Luffy!" And he just fucking like slaps the shit out of him. He's like, "Wake up!" And he just doesn't. I don't know why I'm thinking of that right now. Well, that is probably the most horrifying thing I've ever heard. How the fuck did she have sex with? Okay, like she has like what, like 80. She has like 87 children. Like she has 87 children. Well, her other form is pretty hot. Oh yeah, if we go to fucking like Big Mom from like back in the days of a Roxy Zebek, then like yeah, she's hot. she's hot when she was known as Charlotte Lindland, but now that she's known as Big Mom, it's like oh yeah, no, she is certainly a big mother. That is true. The perpetually pregnant woman. Actually, but now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure by the time of like God Valley, it's just like yeah, no, she already started having kids. One Piece game? You want me to play One Piece Odyssey? The one like Zelda? Which one is that? Which One Piece game is like Zelda? Like, what's the One Piece games do I know? I know there's like Burning Blood, which is like the incredibly unbalanced fighting game. There's Odyssey, which honestly is just not that fun to play. I got bored of it by the time we got like to Alabasta, and I really picked it. Actually, I did pick it up. I did for recording for the Brook video. I'm the one who beat the shit out of shit. Wow, how specific. It's like, that's anyone. Are you talking about Pirate Warriors? But it's not like Zelda. I mean, I guess it's like Hyrule Warriors. Warriors like game. Yeah, there's like 4 Pirate Warriors games. Isn't there? Yeah, there's like 4. Or is there 5 now? I don't know how many Pirate Warriors games there are. I just know there's a shitload. It's like 2 to 3. I think it's 3 because it has Hyrule Warriors, then it has Age of Calamity, and now it's like the Tears of Kingdom one coming up. Yeah. Which honestly, on one hand, I was just like, I don't know, it's like the war game one thing, but then I'm just like, oh, but this one's like so cool though. This one might actually be canon. It's not going to be canon, but this one might be. I remember I was so disappointed when the original Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, when the demo for that came out, and I was like, oh my god, it's going to be like what actually happened. You see better than the other one. You know, I played it. Honestly, when I was like, oh my god, we're going to see what happened. I was like, Hyrule Warriors was ass. Are you talking about Hyrule Warriors or Age of Calamity? Because I kind of liked Age of Calamity. I was like, wow, like honestly, when I was first playing it, I was like, man, I can't wait to bawl my fucking eyes out. Yeah. I was like, I can't wait to bawl my fucking eyes out. And then the little like Ardian thing, like does time travel. I was like, no, I want my depressing ending, but no, that doesn't happen. No, it's a fanfic ending. And honestly, there's some stuff about it that I really like. I like it when Master Koga becomes a good guy because he's so fucking funny, dude. Like, there's some stuff about it was like, yeah, this is basically like fan fiction, but it's fun fan fiction, so I'm kind of okay with it. Then there was a shitload of like DLC and stuff, and I was like, I don't care. To be honest, or the One Piece RPG. You mean Odyssey? I'm not playing that. I played some of it. I'm just like, this is boring as hell, and I stopped. I'm gonna be honest. One Piece Odyssey I was like, this is like just really easy, and the combat's not that engaging. I'm serious. It wasn't that fun. Listen, I think maybe I don't know. My standards for RPGs are all over the place, but it's just like it's not like super. I don't know. It's not hooking me on anything. I know I really like One Piece, but god damn it, I have other shit I'd rather be playing. I have nothing is drawing me to One Piece Odyssey. Yeah, that's not untrue. I mean, I like to believe I have some standards. Like, goddamn. I mean, yeah. I mean, I do too at this point. Listen. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Hopefully Legend CA is going to be good. It's looking, I mean, hell, Arceus was really fun. Arceus was like definitely just like, okay, there's some shit in here I kind of like. Maybe like keep going with this. Yeah, we are show. I mean, hell, you want to talk about being shows? It's just like, yeah, Pokemon owes my soul. You want to know what else owes my soul? Fucking Atlas. At least with them, I'm just like, I'm not buying some of your DLCs because I think they're dumb. But the other DLCs, I'm just like, I kind of want it though.
I don't know though. I had to play Soul. Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna have to play Soul Hackers 2 eventually, aren't I? Honestly, that was the one game I saw that I was just like, I haven't played Soul Hackers 1, and I'm gonna be honest, from what people were saying, I was like, I don't think I care about this. Yeah. Listen, if it's a new mainline SMT or Persona, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, okay, yep, that's just take all my money, sure. And then they'll be like, oh yeah, here's a re-release. I'm like, yes, of course, it's the same game, but there's new things. Yes, I'll pay the same price for it. Though, I don't know. It seems that they're kind of going away from that. They want me to stream Last Bible to you? I really won't be able to beat every SMT game, huh? It reminds me of a fucking what was it? It was oh right, now I remember. It was I think Fither. He had like a whole thing where he was just like ranking it was like different uniforms from like SMT. And it just became this giant rabbit hole. It's like, okay, so what exactly is a uniform from SMT? I was like, okay, so you got like Persona and stuff. But then it's like, okay, wasn't there like a whole but then it just like keeps going because it's like, okay, so you get with that, like, what was it again? Because isn't there like a crossover game with like like not Final Fantasy? I mean, why can't I think of the name? Sword. It has Marth and Lucina. What's it called? Why can't I think of the game franchise? I'm stupid. You have to do Megami Tensei, and that shit has worse dungeons than 2. Oh dear God. Fuck. Little barf red for 10 hours. Oh, you're telling me it's gonna be worse than a bad end? That thing actually gave me a headache just playing it. Like, not even in terms of just like the dungeon design, which was ass, but also they're just like the way this looks causes me physical pain. Why are they making a Persona 4 remake? I still don't understand why. Final Fantasy 2, the whole game is literally ass wiped on screen. Yay! I have to play that eventually. Imagine 10 hours spread to the entire game. How fun! How engaging! Makes me want to kill myself. Would you rather do a my case? Honestly, yes. Listen, I'll do the case where Maya is accused of nurking the entire country of Turkey. I mean, if you're saying the Megami Tensei dungeons are worse than the Baden dungeon from SMT2, I'll take any Maya case. I'll take the case where I need to find the what was it the British bleh. I'm starting to lose it. I'll defend Maya against the accusation of nuking the entire country of Turkey. Is a breath of fresh air compared? Oh dear, yeah, no, I'd rather do like 10 different other Maya cases than I'd do the fucking circus case again. Because at least that hurt my brain in different ways. Hey, but Izanami's important. Oh, that's nice. I can't think of a single SMT game where Izanami's important besides Persona 4. I mean, well, there was that Izanami quest in... That was just a side quest in Apocalypse. Speaking of 4, what the hell are they doing with Revival? Like, what's the point in that? Like, what are they gonna do that's like gonna make it like actually worth it? I just don't know with that game. Okay, now imagine the main character is beyond ass. Like, even the worst RPG for Megami Tensei? So what you're saying is they have an actual personality? Or are you saying that, like, gameplay-wise, they just absolutely suck ass? Because, I mean, if Megami... I mean, emo, but gameplay-wise.
Oh no. How do you make the main character suck in the gameplay? Like that like at least in like SMT1 2 it's like, yeah, okay, they don't have magic, but on the other hand, they can use a sword to literally kill God. So like I don't know. You make everything else good in comparison. Well, at least you bring up others around you by having them step over your corpse. There's a dog shit translation that makes a drugstore actually burn your money and health. What? Like, what do you mean a dog shit translation? Like, does it like break the code where it's like, oh yeah, instead of healing, you don't do that. That's fucking dumb. You think it is a healing or buy a drug spot? Nah, just alcohol. I mean, alcohol is just a way of life, man. I don't see how that's worse than healing. It's alcohol. Nothing's better than alcohol. I wonder if anything on my wish list is on sale. Oh yeah, there's this Peak game. Seems like a fun game to do with friends. If only I had friends. Megami Tensei probably worst start to any franchise, and look at what it has become. Well, actually, technically, if you're thinking about it, Megami Tensei isn't the start of the franchise. It's the fucking book. The book's technically the start of the franchise. Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Pokemon. Okay, but hold on. Red and Blue are held together with a literal duct tape. Literally held together by duct tape and a dream. Like, that game is broken as shit. People still find it fun. I'm right, but those games are so stupid sometimes and so easy to break. But also, I think, how old is Megami Tensei? I think it's older than Pokemon. I mean, I've never actually played Red or Blue. I feel like I would just play Fire Red, but it is older. Yeah. How old is Megami Tensei? Is it from the 80s? Because I know Pokemon, it was like, what, 1997, I think is when Red and Blue came out. How old is Megami Tensei? Megami Tensei Wiki. First release 1987. Wait, hold on. It was released September 11th, 1987. It was released September 11th. Was this game an Omen? That's insane. March 1986 was a manga. I thought it was was it a manga or was it a book? I thought it was just a straight up book. Like a light novel type shit. But yeah, I know it was a book novel. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah. At first it was a novel, and then it became Megami Tensei, the game. And then there was Shin Megami Tensei. And that's how that shit started. Let's look at the spin-offs of Megami Tensei Gaiden, Majin Tensei, Devil Summoner, Persona, Digital Devil Saga, Devil Children, and Devil Survivor. To think that World War II happened 40 years before that. Dear God. Time is real. So let's see. Wonder if in 20 more years what it would be. What would it be? Well, 20 more years from 1987? Hopefully flying paper bags that talk nonsense. Well, I don't fly. Yet. I do everything else, though. Actually, 20 years after 1987 would be 2007. Which is when SMT Imagine came out, so... Lies. You vile scum. But no, SMT Imagine did come out in 2007. And then Strange Journey came out in Strange Journey from 2009? Imagine Stream. Well, it is the 20-year anniversary from Megami Tensei. Oh, right. Imagine's the MMO. Then there's 4, Apocalypse. You can proceed how you like. And I'm just looking at the timeline for releases. In 1987, there was Megami Tensei. Then the 1990. Reimagine tomorrow? Actually, Reimagine doesn't show up on the timeline. It's only like the mainline stuff. There's Megami Tensei, then SMT in 1992, then 2 in 1994. Wait, hold on. SMT2 and IF came out in the same year? That's weird. Reimagine is the fans holding the server alive. Most likely, yeah. Weird. And then 9 came out in 2002. Then Nocturne came out in 2003. Then Imagine came out in 2007. Strange Journey was not 2009. 4 was 2013. Apocalypse was 2016. Redux was 2017. Liberation DX2, for some reason, is on this timeline and is 2018. It was supposed to be a spin-off, but more lighthearted. If, with demons, murder, and abuse. Yeah, but that kind of just eventually became Persona, where now it's Persona's murder and abuse. Let's see. And then the SMT3, the Nocturne Remaster was 2020. That's on the timeline for some reason. Then 5 was 21, and then Vengeance 24. Interesting how it doesn't mention Persona or Devil Summoner or Devil Survivor or Digital Devil Saga. So many games to play. It's 1:30 in the morning. I need to go to bed. Good night. Yes, you do. That's why you've been doing this whole time. Anyway, that's all for today. You should be. Yeah, whatever. Night, Lifey. Bye-bye.